All right, take two. I don't know why
All
there's
right, dude.
balloons flying all over my face.
How did that
Was
happen?
that intentional? That was awesome.
How'd you get the balloons,
I don't know. I
boss?
just went like a two.
Oh, you got
Like
some
a Zoom
shortcut
thing?
in there. Your
What the
kids have your
heck?
kids have been accessing your
Oh,
OBS.
no, it must be a Zoom thing. It's not an OBS thing. But I don't get no balloons.
That's crazy. My
Um,
baby is like has an incredible touch for shortcuts and hotkeys and stuff. Like
mhm.
she can touch your computer once and change 27 settings with one tiny little pudgy finger. I think it's
Well, guys,
working
we got to
now.
talk about some wild opening stuff that has gone down.
Yeah.
Wild stuff. Uh, First, we got to start with the pure madness itself. So let's look at Abasov Gukesh.
All right.
Look at move four, please, from Black. This is probably a novelty, dude. I don't know. At least novelty at the higher levels. It's tripping me out. I'll tell you that right now.
Queen
So yeah,
c2
just go
h6, preventing the bishop g5
C2,
line, I guess.
H6. And honestly, Bishop G5 is not really such a big thing so early anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So H6, boss. Yeah, dude is on his own now.
Man, that's quite a variety.
How's
Yeah.
the stream, folks? Is the stream doing okay?
Somebody says it's flawless now. It's weird.
Oh, we
Great.
are flawless. I took the dongle out. I had it in my dongle. Took it
Awesome.
out.
Yeah, it's mostly been okay. Okay, sounds like it's back to normal. Sweet. YouTube should be back up, I
Yeah,
think.
YouTube's running,
Let me see if it's
as
in. It
far
might
as I
be a
can
new
tell.
link or something. I don't know how YouTube
Yeah, it
works.
went to a new link, unfortunately. So people
Eh,
have to re-find their way there. So hopefully the YouTube crowd
Oh,
is
okay, so I'll just
intelligent.
delete the other one then.
Yeah, if you could delete that fragment there.
Okay, so people should be able to find their way.
Also, dude, I guess the next one is we got to go look at Nepo because he did exactly what we thought with the exchange French. I called that. I'm a GM today. I said this guy is not going to fight at all. But Pragg mixed it up immediately with knight GE7.
I
And
mean, they've also been playing the exchange French against Abasov. Like both Nepo and Naka did.
mm,
Right, that's true.
this,
But yeah, I feel like he doesn't want to take too much risk first.
no, man, A3. By the way, knight GE7, in my mind, is associated with a very violent plan of bishop G4 and queen D7 and castles long. So, by the way, one thing I've had so many friends tell me, something like, oh, I don't play the French because they can do the exchange. In my experience, it's very rare that the exchange French actually turns into a dull game. Like already now, it was a dull game, kind of, sort of, two moves ago, or, one move ago. But then with A3 knight G7 thrown in, we're just in the pure madness now.
Why?
Now we're just in the pure madness.
Why did he play a3? He wants to play bishop d3, maybe.
I think also that once knight G7 is played, Black is signifying that he wants to play for violence with bishop G4, queen D7, and castles long. And so A3 is also getting ready for B4 later.
Mm-hmm.
Controversial, but still less controversial than H6 from Gukesh.
Right.
Come on, Gukesh, what are you doing, man?
Naka's opening was also weird.
Yeah, we can take a look at that too.
Okay, so Naka, Firouzja, exchange French, similar. Knight f3, c4 move order. And knight f6 from Firouzja. I've played this line as white, and I don't like playing c5. I like playing knight c3. But okay.
Wow,
Right.
dude, two exchange Frenches in the same day.
Yeah.
It's pretty stunning.
Yeah, round 12, huh? Go figure.
Well, the French, so much maligned for the last 3-4 years, and now nobody can find a better line than E takes D, huh?
And this queen a4 check was super weird for me.
I thought originally the intention was to play queen b3 or something, but no, it's to make a claim about the bishop on d7 being a little misplaced.
Yeah, and if black had played c6, what do you think the idea was?
I don't know.
Yeah, good question.
I don't know. Yeah, well, I guess, okay, maybe there the claim is that I'm taking c6 away from your knight.
Right.
That's all I got, though. That's all I got. And in this variation, I think the intention is that if we go b6, white plays b4, and if a5, we just go b5 and we say welcome to the dojo. And even that's very complicated to me, but I assume that's the intention with this queen c2 move.
Okay. Yeah. I forget what we were talking about before the stream crashed, but it was very interesting.
We were talking about chances and stuff, and
Yeah.
chess numbers. Actually, I'll read chess numbers' thing, man. So Pragg, he's saying right now, I think if Pragg wins, let's pull this up here. So if Pragg wins today, chess numbers is saying he's got a 4% chance of winning the whole turn. So it's not great. If Bobby wins, he's got a 14% chance. It ain't much. If Gukesh wins, he's got a 33% chance. If Naka wins, he's got a 44% chance. If Jan wins, he's going to 70%. Going to 70%.
He's eating up all the percents.
He's getting all the percent. Right now, he's got 48%. Yeah, so, it is definitely Jan's to lose. I would even give him a little higher. And one of the bummers for us, it was very much a bummer yesterday, and I'm hearing a similar fate today, is that Vidit pushed it when he should have. He just had a clear repetition, and he pushed it, and it just killed me. So that really hurled the tournament, dude. It really hurt. It's not over, you're right, but come on. Just admit it. The tournament would be much more exciting if that game had been the draw or the win for Vidit as it should have been.
Oh, a win for Vida would have been great. That would have just been wonderful.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, Jesse, we gotta give you props because yesterday,
Yeah,
you were calling that position better for Vidit, and I was saying I like Black's position,
right.
and technically I was closer to like the computer eval at that moment, but like the trajectory of the game, like you totally called it, like Vidit got chances, and it clearly was such a difficult position because otherwise Nepo wouldn't have misplayed it.
Yeah.
So you were right on that one, and you called it way before the eval bar ever showed like white was better. So we were on point with that one.
Yeah.
Also, it was a really interesting in Fabi's game where I thought white was that black was fine, and Fabi gave a post game, and he was like, "I thought it was fine, but I see that the engine says that was worse." So we were, even though we were wrong according to the engine, we were right according to Fabi. And for me, that's more interesting, to be right according to Fabi rather than the engine.
Well, yeah, because what do you want to see when you're watching a candidates game? Do you want to see what Compy thinks, or do you want to see what the players are thinking and feeling? So yeah, I feel like maybe we got it wrong because okay, Eugene was saying like black was strategically winning. That was probably not a correct assessment, but we were much closer to the players' evaluation than the eval bar was saying. And yeah, in particular, that was an interesting moment because the engine was giving it wasn't giving white like a clear plan in the position where it's saying like white is better. Um, yeah, we had people in our own chat making suggestions like king h2, rook h1, king to g1, and then people typing in our own chat like, oh, it's not an engine line.
Yeah. And then they were saying like I think, oh no, you guys are totally off with your valuations. White's better. I think white should play this. But can you explain to me why I think white should play this? Can you tell me the purpose behind the move I'm suggesting?
Exactly. So folks, have some shame at least, okay? If you're gonna look at the edge, just don't. And people don't even realize, but they come in and they like imply what the engine is saying without even realizing it. You know,
Yeah.
I guess actually the biggest giveaway is just when someone's like Pragg blunder. It's like, okay, like,
That's a pretty good giveaway too.
yeah,
Okay, I'm going to make a claim that Abasov is better. That doesn't mean he's going to win this game or anything, but just that this H6 was a close to reckless attempt. And I know this line fairly well without the tempo loss.
Mm-hmm.
It's known to be an interesting line for white. So, anyways, with the tempo loss, I'm like, yep, yep. Excuse me, but white is better.
Mm. That makes sense.
And then with Caro-Kann Vidit, I'm going to say that's equal. That'll be an interesting struggle.
I agree.
So
I think that's the kind of position where after a few moves, it's just equal.
Yeah.
No pressure, no threats.
We'll definitely see a lot of fireworks, though. You know,
I'm
this
taking Fabi in this game because
Mm-hmm.
he kind of has to win at this point.
Yeah.
And after yesterday's game, I feel like Vidit's not going to be in great mental shape.
Uh-huh.
I don't wish for that, but I just feel like, you know, that has to be a very difficult game to come back from.
That's true.
I saw a picture of him that looked pretty difficult.
And Fabi, he looked, I mean, he's looked motivated the last couple of days, so I feel like he's kind of trending up.
Mm-hmm. Also, I mean, more fuel to your claim, Kostya, is Vidit played the white side of this opening very badly, twice in a row, against Gukesh and Hikaru. Now, I know it's a complicated opening and has all kinds of variation to it, but you know,
Well, actually, I think Vidit played quite well against Naka, actually.
Okay.
Um,
He played well like later in the middle game and turned it around, but I think his handling of the opening, he was worse with white.
the opening I think wasn't the best, but yeah, maybe starting from like move 15 or so, like
Yeah.
I was watching their like press conference and he basically outcalculated Naka in every line. He was like telling him what like he should have done, you know, how he would have responded. Just like
That's true.
he just saw way more in
And
that
that's
game.
not nothing. I mean, it's your credit if you play the resulting middle games well, right? Whether or not you get all the subtleties of the opening and technically have the advantage or not coming out of it, your skill in playing the position is pretty important. So,
Yeah,
yeah, you could
absolutely.
definitely take some courage from that performance. But I mean, he was certainly thoroughly outclassed by Gukesh in their game, which was quite a good game by Gukesh. So I mean, you know, anyone could have been out played there.
It was
We've
the Italian game, you know.
yeah,
and
I
we
still
got
have that
Fabi.
position up here. I think right. Look at that. I still have it. Boom. I've just been keeping it in my browser as a source of joy and inspiration. And you know, one thing about that game to me is I've seen almost nobody trade on e3 and then exploit the doubled pawns. The Italian has become so popular lately, right? And people just act like, yeah, you can take on e6 anytime you want and take back with the f pawn. It covers some weak squares. End of story, right? Nobody's tried to really play against them, which is an option, and it was thorough. What about the exchange Frenches? What's your eval on these positions, guys?
Well, which one? Let's start. I always start with the Prague Nepo one.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry. You
a
got
little.
the Naka one.
No, no,
We
no.
can
Either
start.
either one. This one's the
Okay.
simpler-ish one. Makes more sense to me.
So I've looked at positions similar to this for black, and basically, imagine that you're a French player and you're terrified of the exchange French, so you want to do something kind of wacky. And so this plan has been developed where black wants to play like Queen D7 and castles long, right?
Hmm.
And this can happen against a variety of setups. White's play is aimed to at least mess with that. And in addition, I want to say to Queen D7 castles long, part of that plan is to play F6 and G5.
Yeah,
And F6 and G5 not only gain space on the king side, but they kill the knight on F3.
yeah,
And so we're going to get, I think, a very violent game here. It's possible. Oh, and he goes for a Queen D7 right now. I was about to say, I was like, he could bail out and play kind of weenie-ish with Knight G6. But no, man. Let me just say, it's a dangerous
Oh,
thing for the tournament. Prague is going all in.
he's going
Okay.
for it.
He's going
Uh-oh.
all in. And that's
Uh-oh.
exactly how Nepo won yesterday.
oh my god.
But I do want to say the position, I'm going to call it equal. I'm going to call it, but if I had a spiciness meter, I would put that spiciness pretty high
Yeah,
because white is going to go for it and we could well get it castling on opposite sides.
yeah. I think this is going to be the end of the tournament.
You think this would be the end of the tournament, Bob?
Yeah, because Prague looks completely uh unbalanced, just mental. The approach to
Oh,
this game. I mean, it's like he's playing a bullet game against somebody 500 points lower rated than him.
I'm still okay with this.
Okay.
And it's hard for white too now because white has to decide between uh bishop b5 or b4. And I think against both of those moves, black will then play f6.
Yeah.
Bishop e2 played. Okay. So here's the thing. Maybe okay, but it's not the most ambitious move, bishop e2. And the other thing we want to say strategically about bishop e2 is that ultimately white wants to put a rook on the e file, and now the bishops are in the way of Mr. Rook later going on the e file.
Hmm.
So I'm anticipating full violence now with castles and f6. I don't know what the move order is, but something like it might be even interchangeable.
Uh-huh.
And then you just launch it, baby. F6, G5, H5, Knight G6, Bishop D6, let's go.
Yeah.
And when I
I
mean
won
go,
lots
I
of games
mean
like that
go.
as a French player when I was like 18, 1900.
Yeah.
That's what I used to do.
Right.
F6.
But you know that Nepo saw this when he was 1800, and like at some point he learned how to beat it. I mean,
No, 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 no. It's not like that. Like you turn, with the engine, I've analyzed games of my own. It is violent. It is violent, my friends. And there's going to be like, and we're already, I'm pretty sure we're probably in unknown territory already.
And we're talking about Nepo here. Nepo has very violent roots in his chess.
yeah.
I mean, he's a madman. I mean, his repertoire consists of the Scotch, King's Gambit. Like
And the
he's
exchange
not
French?
he's not
The
bad
exchange French, bud? Is that
in
what it
dynamic
consists of?
positions. So this is super risky from Prague.
He plays differently at the candidates. Different
But
with strays from
essentially,
his
it's like a
roots.
psychological ploy. I think
Yeah.
Prague and maybe his coach believe that Nepo wants to play it safe, which I
Yeah.
believe they guessed correctly.
Yep.
Mhm.
And by taking him into the forest,
Absolutely, yeah. Let's take
Prague
him to the
is
forest.
playing for a win.
And they even guessed that he would play the exchange French, presumably. But I kind of like Bishop E2, you know? Like Bishop E2, he doesn't want to play a move like Bishop B5 and accidentally discourage Prague from castling queenside, you know? He's like, oh, lame, Bishop E2, but it's still a tempo, it's still development. And he's like, please castle queenside and let me just end this thing today.
Yeah, B4, knight A4. I mean, White's play is
So A3
pretty
is
clear.
indeed a novelty. Not surprising, you know. And we are just on our own here. We are on our own.
Yeah.
So let me just reiterate: B4, had, or excuse me, A3 has a couple ideas, but the main one is we're anticipating the castle's queenside from black, and then launching it with B4, knight A4, and all that stuff. Now, one thing that's really interesting about the current position is Nepo doesn't have to necessarily commit right away, and could begin with F6, G5 just first.
Yeah.
You know, and he always has the option to go weenie style with knight G6, bishop D6, something like that. It's far less ambitious.
Yeah. He could even play F6, G5, knight G6, bishop D6, and then castle kingside instead of queenside.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so I put equal on that game for now. But I agree that the potential for violence is very high. Yeah. And Pragg, thinking 20 minutes as well on this game, when he sort of predicted the opening to some extent, and they're not far in, 20 minutes suggests that he's being pretty careful about, what move order, and he knows that he's handling something delicate, right? If you're just playing, bishop D3, bishop F5, trade bishops, castles, rook E1, rook E8, you don't necessarily burn time in this way. All right, yeah. So our last one, Naka versus Firouzja.
One thing too, it's interesting about Naka's creating content is he turns himself into an open book. Like, now everybody knows that he's obsessed with the smallest of time advantages. So like, we know it's like, oh, Naka thinks it's a really big deal that he's up a little bit on the clock.
Jesse, were you watching his recap from yesterday?
Yeah.
Against Pragg? Yeah, like the first 10 minutes, all of his moves were based on playing quickly and not falling. He's terrified of the time pressure. I mean, rightly so. A lot of blunders have happened due to time trouble, but it's funny that was just his whole motivation during the first part of the game, and then he just gets an easily winning position against Pragg, who's been playing pretty well, for the most part.
Right, and he's with black and playing sort of a second-rate opening.
Yeah.
Now, I will say that, to me, the big question while we were talking was what's going to happen if black plays B6. Naka's moved so fast that it suggests he has some kind of idea of what to do against B6. But I would say, in general, if white has to play CB, that black is doing just fine. So it was a really interesting question now of what does Naka have other than CB?
Yeah, we'd be back to that structure that so surprisingly, to me, lots of people like from the split pawn side that they had in Nepo versus Abasov, for example.
Exactly, Nepo, Abasov.
But here, I mean, yeah, I guess C4, C5, he got a tempo on the bishop. It's almost the same kind of thing.
Now, let's just say the obvious. The ambitious move for white would be some kind of move which keeps that pawn on C5. Keeps black cramped.
Right. Like a rook D1 kind of move.
Rook D1 or maybe bishop E2, something like that.
Yeah.
And I actually had somebody played this thing against me once, and I had no idea it was even theory. I was just playing, it wasn't no queen A4 stuff, but the C4, C5 thing definitely happened. And very interesting, exciting game went down.
Yeah.
So
I feel like this round is going to be bloody because every board has at least one player badly playing for a win. Right? You got Bobby, Pragg, Naka, maybe Firouzja, and Gukesh, all just I gotta win this game.
All right, how about we put equal on this exchange French as well? Though
Sure,
again, not
okay.
boring for now.
Not boring.
And that leaves us, now we've evaluated every board, we've gotten some predictions. Kostas sees Fabi winning today. Any other insights or predictions from either of you on a specific game that you think is going to go one way or another? I see Nepo winning today.
I think Gukesh is going to win, and we should look at his board because he has moved fast, and apparently he saw this business coming, dude.
I
Because
think
he's
Gukesh is
used the
gonna.
H6 square in a bizarre way.
I think Gukesh is losing today. I'm sorry, guys.
What do you mean? He's used a minute and a half. He's seen this before.
Yeah, it goes to
To do what?
knight f8. There is no
Undevelop his
mate.
knight. Oh yeah. Okay, I think are we on the Gukesh game?
We're on the
Yeah.
Gukesh now, yeah.
Okay. So after if white goes h4 here,
Hmm.
he wants to do what exactly
Go
with the
back,
knight?
and then g4 is weak.
Please no.
Okay. Well, glad we started that.
It looks lost.
Okay, wait. Are you, so you just think he's just fully being a chump, and this is terrible?
Yeah, looks terrible.
Okay, E5 was played.
There's some punishment for
E5,
you.
okay, is also very. E5 is very logical.
Okay,
Rook
let me
E-
make an
Oh my
argument.
God.
Let me see. Give me an attempt. Go back to E4, move 11, David, and I'm going to try to make an explanation.
Okay, but do you see him blitz out rook b8?
Yeah, yeah, no, I
No.
think I know. I think I know where he's coming from.
This
Listen
is
up.
the most
Let me
off-kilter prep
finish.
I've ever seen.
Hey, I know your classical sense is is exasperated. Okay, I get it, but give me a chance to explain. So, what E4 does is it gets out of the way of E5. So we would like to do something like B6, but we cannot do so if E5 is hanging over our heads. So knight H7 is, I'm assuming it's a computer move, but I understand the computer's reasoning here. So first of all, it's like aesthetically pleasing to me that we're using the H6 move to do something other than its usual purpose, namely here to give the knight a square on H7.
Yeah.
So we have the option of knight G5. When that goes down, if white takes, we're going to make a claim about the H file.
Oh my god. So we're
We
playing
have
with the
what?
king on e8 too.
Just give me a chance to lay it out, okay, buddy? Look, then
I'm glad somebody's willing to explain it.
okay. So then the only problem we have is our bishop, right? And as someone who's played this kind of position a lot, like B6, bishop B7, if we achieve that, and then rook C8, we're just doing great. White has to achieve dynamic play. Further, I got something else to say. The king is going to sit on the center on E8. We're not going to touch the D7 pawn. And the king will play a role in just holding down the D7 square. Okay. Also, once white commits to E5, as he's done, it's harder for him to actually open the game. And if he wants to crush us, he has to open the game. The double pawns make it hard for him to open the game. So I'm just trying to tell you, this might not be classical or anything, but I understand this weirdness that dude is up to.
Wow.
Put yourself in white shoes. What do you do?
In white's shoes?
Yeah.
How about knight D2?
It's what he played, 92.
Yeah, I just saw it. I didn't call that. Dude, B6 instant, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
I mean, I guess I am rooting for Gukesh. It makes for a more fun tournament.
Of course.
Here we go.
I want this to work out, but it just feels so wretched.
I feel like one reason you can go kind of fast here is he's playing, it's a setup, setup.
His prep just ended.
Oh, let's go to the cam.
This was a long series of. My take was this was just a long series of surprising moves to have like predicted this far ahead. Or is this where he pretends he's out of prep?
Well, and actually, let me stress how impressive the prep is, because when he played H6 on move 4, white had a wide variety of things that they could play. Like there's so many different setups. He didn't have to play G3 and bishop.
Oh, there he goes. Bishop B7.
Yeah.
So he's still in it. You know what he was doing? He was baiting Abasov to get up from the board, which he did, and then he made his move.
Oh,
got it.
Yeah.
Taking more time because he's already up 30 minutes. He can afford a minute or two to get Abasov lower.
To get a minute or two off the other guy. Heck yeah.
Exactly. But Nijat wasn't born yesterday. He's already back at the floor.
Oh, foiled.
He didn't. He probably didn't gain that much time.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just gonna say the obvious. To me, the big question mark here is how do we actually utilize the knight on h7? Maybe, at some point, you know what we might do is we might play f5 and then take back with the knight.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, that might be a reason to castle. Is I don't really feel a need to castle, but if I do castle, then I can play for f6 and or f5. But other than that, it's really hard to see exactly how Mr. Knight does his thing. Because my first thing was like, oh, he goes to knight g5, but I can't see a way where knight g5 like lands there and gets to stay in any meaningful way, because I can always pop them with h4.
Right. Maybe he's threatening to take on e4 here, and then knight g5.
But then I just go, okay, I thought about that. So imagine this black's move. We take bishop e4, knight g5, bishop g2. But then what?
Then nothing. Yeah. No bueno. No bueno. No bueno at all.
No, this is fun, man. We got some, dude. Let me just say, hey, Magnus, buddy, I hope you're inspired by this because it's definitely not the case that classical chess is dead because openings have been figured out. But on the contrary, people going next level, man.
Yeah.
They're taking to the next level, Magnus.
Magnus would have +6 against this field. That's what I think.
I feel like
Maybe you
Gukesh,
should come back, Magnus, and just prove Kostya, huh? Prove it, buddy. I
Yeah.
would love to see it. There you go.
I feel like Gukesh's opening here does sort of take a page out of Magnus's, let's say, contributions to the game, right? Because he's playing something that's evidently not the best option, right? To get people out of their stuff and just force them to play with him. But it's also backed up by actually preparing. When Magnus played his weird openings, it was not actually just freestyle, right? He would often have looked stuff up, right? Like when he's playing d4, e6, c4, bishop b4 check. Or when he started playing a6 against the Queen's Gambit, which is now a whole opening.
Really
Yeah,
depends.
it's a very
Questioning whether Magnus actually listens to me, but I have a feeling he's got me on a repeat, but at his house,
Yeah.
and he's looking, he's thinking about
sooner
me,
or
things
later,
I'm
one
saying.
of our shorts will hit his feed, and
That's
he'll
right,
see
bud.
it.
It's unavoidable.
Unavoidable. I think what
Open letter
Gukesh is doing is very classic though, in terms of like playing for one with black, because he has left white with long-term strategic issues, and usually that means that white is doing well dynamically. But if Nijat misses his chance, then yeah, I could easily see like black being better here. And I've lost similar positions with white when I was playing like Queen C2 Nimzos, and you take on these structures and you have to play actively, and then yeah, one mistake and you're worse. And so very risky, but could pay off.
Well, but yeah, put yourself in white's shoes. This is why it's so good to be without the engine. Like the engine would have some idea for what white should do. I don't know what white should do. It's very hard for me to say. And there's all
Maybe
kinds
start
of
with A4.
You can start with a4, rook d1, bishop c1, somewhere h4 can't be that dumb. You got all kinds of moves to choose from here.
Yeah, you could put a.
And what I
rook on
mean about the
d1.
setup too from Gukesh is like no matter what white does, a good default move for Gukesh next move is just queen c7. You got other moves too, but I'm just saying like you don't have to be a genius to play black. Bishop e4 might it'd be insane, dude, but you could think about it. Because you think about a4, it's a fine looking move, but then you have to assess, you have to ask yourself, am I actually doing something if I achieve a5?
Mm-hmm.
Do I really want to encourage, what would I do if black played a5? Those kinds of questions. And then you have to ask yourself, what is black doing? Like, because there's black has more than one thing. Like I mentioned, there's queen c7, there's castles f5, there's bishop e4, knight g5. There's all kinds of things that dude can think about here.
Yeah. One of my first inclinations would probably be to trade on c5 and then play bishop e3, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then put a rook on b1. Kind of encouraging, seeing if we can make something out of the b file before black connects rooks. But maybe queen c7 and castles happens really fast, and it does a little.
One reason, David, that I'm into what you're saying is my intuition is to trade everything that isn't that chump knight on h7. Just trade all that other junk off, leave the knight on h7.
Yeah.
And then we'll work him.
So, like this, knight c5, pawn takes c5, bishop e3.
There you go.
Now, I think black should actually throw in bishop g2. Okay. Important, before playing queen c7, king g2, queen c7. Because now against rook b1, black can just castle. Whereas with the bishop still on the board, white would be threatening to trade on b7 and win c5. If you trade on g2, white can trade on b8 and you have to retake with queen. So here, rook b1.
But boss, why don't we just take on b7 then? Like we'll go knight c5, bc, bishop b7. Isn't that a little bit better so I don't have to worry about my king getting tacoed?
I suppose so. Oh yeah, rook b1 and now the rooks can't connect. That's much better.
Well, also I have the idea of rook b5 as well.
Yeah, I know.
I got ideas.
Now that looks like something. And this is a very straightforward line. This is just, you run straight up the middle.
Okay, boss, before you get too excited, let's castle for black.
Okay. So you're giving the pawn.
Well, I don't know. Let's see if I am.
What? Sounds very suspicious.
Well, I'm going to play rook c8. I don't know if I'm giving the pawn. By the way, knight g5 might just have touched your coconuts in a way you didn't want to feel. My good friend.
That's
I think you
true.
got to take rook c8 back and put knight g5 on the board and wonder why you're alive, bro.
Okay. Why am I alive?
You were making fun of that knight, buddy. Look at him.
I know. The moment we took the pawn. The moment we took the pawn. Ay, ay, ay. Knight f3 is pretty good. Knight h3, even better.
Oh, people want us to look at Nepo. Let's see what he's doing. Holy moly, it's gone berserkos. Oh, this round's insane. Who are these people?
Gukesh must have the biggest time lead of all, right? Despite how much Naka likes it. He's closing in on 40 minutes.
Gukesh is not
a little
playing
bit on
today.
h4. Okay. h5. And now Naka or Nepo is like, I'm going to win your pawn, boss.
Knight d2.
Which pawn's he going to win? The one on h5?
I think that's the coconut he's reaching for.
Relax, Nepo, relax.
Black has,
Relax, buddy.
he's got bishop g4 if he needs. It's not a huge deal.
Bishop e7
The other
as
thing
well.
about knight d2 is it also says, hey, knight on b3 is kind of cool for my later attack.
Yeah, I think that's the main point. b4, knight b3.
Yeah.
I
Just
think
heading to a cool pasture.
that taco might be something to talk to though over there on h5. It is definitely, you got to have some coconuts of steel to take on h5.
Or be greedy as all greed. In fact, bishop takes h5, there's bishop c2, right? That's hardly a threat.
Okay, let's call it hardly a threat. So black, so by the way, bishop e2 and then Kid played knight g6 after tanking really strong, like almost 10 minutes. And I was calling that a little bit of a weenie move. h4 comes, h5, and now knight d2. Whew. It's full heat here. Full heat.
Yeah.
I
Man.
still say it's about equal, but, this is really hot.
After today, people are going to be going into their database and looking for exchange French games. Like, let me just see some master games in the exchange French.
Oh.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so the main idea, presumably, is to play knight b3. And he hasn't yet revealed where he's castling. Pragg is also trying to hold that information close to his chest for the moment.
I see greedy pants. I just want to clarify. We didn't delete what you said. It's
Yeah.
this weird thing where Twitch is very sensitive to even the spice, the mildest of spicy language. And then we have to allow it. And if we don't allow it within a certain X amount of time, it deletes. So that was not something we did.
Certainly not something I did. I've
Yeah.
basically never deleted something. Well, sometimes
can't
now
say-
sometimes now we delete a line about whatchamacallit. Sometimes now we delete a line about an engine line, right? So
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I gotta delete stuff all the time. It's very
if
sad.
somebody types in, 10 knight to d2 dubious mark, now the evaluation is plus 0.16 whatever.
Okay, and then Naka did what I expected, which is leaving the pawn on c5. Hey, dude, this is a hurricane of crazy positions on every board. We have It's not just crazy; they're unconventional. It's like
Yeah.
we had this debate where Proust was yelling at us about how Fisher Random was necessary because chess wasn't fun anymore, and these are starting to look like Fisher Random positions, boss.
Yeah.
They're getting a little loopy, you know.
A1 Chess asks, how do you know our line is actually an engine line? It could be gibberish. A1, we have a lot of experience playing chess, talking about chess, reading about chess. Some of us maybe even using engines at times in our work. And, like the example Kostya gave where yesterday somebody was like, king h2, rook h1, king g1. I mean, as soon as they said it, I knew it wasn't gibberish, It does slightly ruin things for the three of us at least, and then by extension for everybody else watching. We don't always get it right, but we often know.
All right, I just want to this is something we don't have to go through right away, but Nijat is still thinking, and he is down a good 40-some minutes on the clock.
Goodness.
Yep, that's something. And then Fabi Vida, dude, is just one of these, we're going to call it the box. They've got the box over there.
Yeah.
Ooh, the full box?
That's what
There it
Naka
is.
calls it. The box.
I'm not taking all of Naka's words, but I might stick with the box. You get the box.
Box is good.
I've been calling this the box for years.
No, you haven't, Bo.
Yes, I have.
Come on,
you can
don't lie
find
to
my you can find my
Check the tapes.
you can find my early chess base files from long ago when I first got the thing, and there's this variation here, Jesse, which I love. Let me show you. Semi-Slav. And I called this thing the box variation. This thing's great. You see. You know this line? The box variation of the Semi-Slav.
Oh yeah.
Box. Yeah, the box.
Yeah. I mean, I was calling that the box variation in 2002. So.
I just call it D4, D5, E4, E5.
Okay.
Now, the bad news for chess fans, I don't know exactly what's going down, but often the box results in liquidation.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it often results in.
But it has actually a high violence potential, which is why I enjoy box variations. You know that as a youth, I was quite violent. Mm-hmm. The box variations have a high potential for violence because it's pawns that get traded, but not necessarily pieces. And we've seen it a couple times this tournament that when you get these kind of open centers, if somebody grabs the initiative, it can be a really, really big deal.
Right.
And that box
Yeah.
variation I played with the knights on D2 and D7 had the feature that the first person to trade would bring the other person's knight out, right? which would liberate the bishop on either c1 or c8.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
So like if you blink and trade in the center thinking you're doing something, like the other person just kills you because their pieces come out.
So here's a fun variation. So if DE knight e5 ED, then I think Vidit would have knight d3.
So you're saying ed, knight d5.
Wait, excuse me, I said that wrong. DE knight e5.
Okay,
The other
sorry.
way, other way, other way. We're gonna
DE.
go to that one next.
Yeah, sorry. DE, knight e5. Then
And
ed.
and then if ED, then knight d3 kind of showcases the power of the box.
Or bishop f2 check.
Or bishop f2.
Or
Okay.
bishop f2. The danger of being the first person to make the trades, right?
Right, right.
And to get an
So there,
advantage at some point, you have to kind of trade, but it's really, you have to be very careful.
yeah. So that I don't. By the way, besides taking a pawn, I don't see a great building move for Fabi. So if we imagine ED instead,
Right.
then Fabi has to wonder about E4,
Yep.
and he has to
Okay.
worry about the basic knight takes D5 too.
Yeah.
I think e4 is the idea, yeah, because on knight d5, it seems like white just wins a pawn. But e4 looks like you get cd5 in, and then a nice structure.
But one thing about that is then the bishop on A7 is dead and is going to need to play bishop to B8 someday. So it turns into not a French structure, but kind of an interesting thing that on the surface, I'm willing to believe that white's at least okay there.
Mm-hmm.
But it's interesting. And in addition to knight e5, you could play the lame-o knight h2 and knight f1 as well.
Careful what you say about Gukesh.
He played de5, dude. He played de5.
Okay.
I want to refresh my board to make sure that's true. Oh, Kosi, could you
So it's
do us
coming.
all a favor and post that amazing link with all of the FIDE vids?
Yes. Actually, not that hard. It's youtube.com/FIDE_chess.
That's a
You
really
can
great
find
link because it has
all the games.
all of the
Yeah.
games there.
All the games, positions, no evals. But close the chat, folks, because you will see evals in the chat. So I do not recommend most YouTube chats.
You know how sports fans in the old days, they wouldn't know the scores of things immediately, so they would like tape a game or something like that. They would record the game on,
Right.
on like a disc or on a computer thing, on like a TV device of some kind. And then they'd be running around trying not to hear what the score was. That's our experience now with the engine lines, right? You go anywhere, you better keep your eyes closed. Because
Yeah,
VHS would be an example, but then they had like slightly more modern devices like hooked up to your TV, right? Like I
It's
think
very hard
one
to check chess Twitter because the evals will get spoiled constantly.
right. They'll be like, "What winning move did Pragg miss here?"
Yeah. No, usually they'll just give the answer away. It's like if Pragg finds bishop f2, he's winning. It's like, okay, great. Thanks for
So you
that.
guys, what's Fabi's intention after this the simple knight takes e5?
I think one intention might be to trade knights
Yes.
and then trade pawns, and the rook is
Trade
sort of
those knights.
dangly. There's no longer knight d3, right?
Okay.
So potentially it trades on e1, and then the knight comes to d5, and then you go knight f3. You could also go knight e4, but I'm in the knight f3 feeling here. And it's kind of
Okay, knights, yeah.
equal, but kind of violent too.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got this rook a4 in the position,
Mm-hmm.
so he can get his rook in quickly.
Yeah.
It'd be a bit better for white.
Yeah, I would guess kind of equal. This doesn't feel really convincing that he's going to get anything out of the box this way.
He probably felt though that e4 was too much, and I think there's no other building move besides taking one. You got to take one of the pawns.
Right. So like the kind of move that you would want to play would be something like queen c2, bishop g5, rook a1 if it were legal, but rook a1 is really hard to play here. Yeah.
Now, in Jan's game, Pragg played bishop g4, which I think I'm a little bit not 100% on because the bishop on e2 is kind of a chump. because it's in the way of all of white's pieces. And buddy, it's a tempo. That's my tempo. Why are you giving away my time? The
Mm-hmm.
bishop h5 wasn't a threat. Come, come on, Nepo. Come on, Pragg. I mean, what are you doing? Maybe actually one intention of bishop g4 could be to play at some point knight c6 to e7 to f5.
Mm-hmm.
That's at least a thought for Mr. Pragg over there. It's a little highfalutin, but a lot of times that our c6 knight is going to get harassed and everything, so it's going to have to figure its stuff out.
Yeah. I thought he was going to play bishop e7 maybe. I mean, it's a pretty kind of move, and white would just play g3, and I didn't know the next move after that, but I don't know. You can't put the bishop on the normal d6 square, I don't think, because of the d5 pawn. So, I don't know.
I had a question and I've answered it. If white goes bishop takes g4 right now, black has to go hg because otherwise the d5 pawn will hang. And then if white continues there with h5, there's after hg, there's no threat to the rook on h1. So black could maybe throw in g3 there and get some play. Like fg bishop d6, something like that.
Yeah. Or you could even try to win that pawn with the super
queen f5
with the super coconut farmer move, queen f5.
coconut farmer, dude. That's gonna go down in history. That one's gonna stick.
Simpler.
Normally I just castle queenside and ignore stuff, but that's, that's bad habits from playing blitz.
It's too ripe, huh? Too ripe.
Yeah.
I don't know. It looks okay for black. He's trading off the bad bishop. And F3,
Okay.
I feel like you really don't want to play as white.
Nijat finally played h4,
Mm-hmm.
which was one of his moves. And one of the things that I would wonder about if I was white there is, okay, you stopping knight g5, but is that really the end of Mr. Knight?
Yes.
Looks like it. Tell us more about where this knight's headed.
Well, because the other option here for the knight to get out is to play either f6 or f5 at a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the good news is for white, there's no bishop e4 now, because then the knight would truly be hosed.
Mm-hmm.
Even that position, maybe you can play, boss, but let's not even think about it. It would offend David's chess principles.
What do you want to play, Jesse? Bishop takes
I'm
e4?
just saying, maybe. I don't want to do it, but I just want to point out that maybe even that's playable with bishop e4, f5, ef, knight f6, bishop g6, king e7. Bruce hates the king in the middle. I don't want to do it, but I just want to say, even that is maybe a thing that you can do.
I love when my opponents play like this.
I feel like white has two bishops, two rooks coming to the center.
I'm just saying, that's not my intention for black, but I'm just saying that's something you can think about. Now,
Ooh, Kosya. If we go like bishop f4 and rook e1, we'll basically be ready to take on e6.
so castles is a move for black, and the long ago default move queen c7. But I kind of don't want to do queen c7. And maybe a cool plan for white is if you do castle, maybe just bishop f4 so that I'm working against you ever playing f5.
This looks like one of those like classic Kasparov games where his opponents would play kind of a weird structure and he would at some point just annihilate them.
Oh, the beatdowns that he distributed in positions like this.
Yeah.
I still believe in black here. All right, David, let's spar it out just for a second to get a feel for the position. Okay?
Sure.
So let me castle. And you can do whatever you want to do. Bishop f4 was my first thought, but you do
sure.
whatever you want.
I'll do it.
beating him with his own moves.
Well, he's moved his king away from defending d7, so I think he's gonna start marching back to e8 soon.
And now I want to say I don't want you to. No longer I'm interested in you taking my coconut, so I'm going to play bishop e7.
Rook, obvious to d1. I don't know which rook to put on d1, but I'll put one of them there.
Okay, a1 looks more natural to me. Queen c7.
Yeah. What is dude gonna do? All right, rook d4.
Okay, that's a dynamic move.
I'm just plopping stuff in the middle of the board for now. I'll refine my approach if it doesn't work.
David's cooking. Big cooking over here.
Okay, let me try again. Let's go back. I think you won that round. We'll
Really?
say
I didn't
that
even
was an
know.
example.
Okay.
That was an example of just easy play by white. And
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out what, gain a sense of how Gukesh is going to play. This is going to be his
Yeah.
first think, I think, here after h4.
Yeah.
And one of the problems we've identified is on queen c7. We have the issue that bishop f4 is always working against f5.
Mm-hmm.
Rook c8, I'm just assuming is not really a great move because the bishop on b7 is hanging with knight f6 stuff.
It's going to be risky, right? Like rook c8, maybe knight c5, bishop g2, knight e6. You have to calculate in every position.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions.
Maybe you're okay because you got c4.
I didn't want to do it.
Yeah. Maybe you could. Maybe
I could. But also, I would have to deal with knight f6.
Yeah, just knight f6 immediately, you're right, is a concern.
Okay, so h4. I might castle, David. Let me just take it back. I just want to put myself in dude's shoes.
Yeah.
And think about it for a second. So.
Yeah, Murfinski, there might be a g5 move for black somewhere in the position. It looks generally suspect to me, but like something that white has to calculate at every move so you don't fall into it working.
All right, Mr. Proust, I just want you to indulge me for a second, okay? Just indulge me for a second.
I'm very
I want to
indulgent.
play knight f8.
Yeah.
So you have to decide if you want h5 or not.
Sure. Well, it depends cosine. Like maybe if my bishop's on f4 when black plays g5, I've got less choices, right? Let's see. All right. King h2.
King h2.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. I'll play knight g6.
Like Kasparov. f4.
f4. I feel like I'm making some progress here.
Isn't there knight h4 here? Or?
I don't think so, but of course I'm looking at it. My default, though, is just to castle.
Okay. Okay. He just goes for a little Castleovich. I just want to say it feels like I'm doing nothing as white. So let me reconsider this knight g6 idea.
Fine. I think also f4 helps me because you blocked your bishop.
Yeah. But I need to defend e5 somehow.
Well, let's just say I think h5 is the first move to consider.
All right, I'll play it.
And I'm not sure. This is the big question I have. I might just be, ridiculoso here after h5. Honestly, that's why I wanted. Yeah. If knight back to h7, then probably your f4 makes a lot more sense then, right? Oh, there's no f4 for you, boss. Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah.
Kraai, get it together
I
with
think I
the
just
pin.
got to go back to developing like a chump.
Oh, can we go back a sec? How about instead of h5,
Hmm.
what if white had tried bishop e3?
Bishop e3. Now that's a spicy move.
Oh. Oh, something's been played, my friends.
Something's been played. Let's see.
Queen c7 after 15 minutes of reflection.
Okay. So queen c7, and my problem with that move was it was making my plans not easy after bishop f4. However, maybe it's still okay. So the basic question is, well, what about bishop f4,
Yeah.
which we're anticipating?
Yeah.
Maybe you play knight f8 then. That
Yeah.
will then truly force h5, and then we.
I mean, if we're truly not just coconut farmers, but coconut hunters. If you're really a coconut hunter, my friend, you could try playing g5.
No, but then I'm giving you knight f6, boss. Even me, I can't do it. I can't do it.
Knight f6, knight f6.
Oh, I know what you're saying. So bishop f4.
Pawn takes bishop.
Sorry, I miss. Made me nervous. Made me nervous. That would be coconuts of steel. G5 right there.
Yeah, blazing coconuts.
It didn't even cross my mind, dude, but maybe.
Yeah.
Dude, that might be the kid's intention. I was like, he thought on that. That's a real move to calculate.
A move has been played too, and it was not
Bishop
bishop
f4.
f4. He was scared of g5. Didn't want to mess with Gukesh.
Nisha wasn't born yesterday.
Also,
G5 played.
Yeah.
No. Is it true?
No,
No.
just no. Rook d1.
Rook d1.
Okay. Sorry. I looked over at our board and it said bishop f4, but that was just David.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
Nisha
So
is also
obvious
not
question.
playing.
We cannot play queen e5.
No. We cannot.
It is mildly arguable whether the rook belongs on d1.
But sorry, let me just put the quote unquote obvious on the board for anybody who has not seen all their skewers. This pawn can't be taken in the middle of the board because of bishop f4. And black, if they save the queen, they lose the rook. Okay. Back to you, boss.
Okay, question. Let's just say it was White's move. Is there anything that White's like threatening, or is he just building the position?
Just I don't see a specific threat, no.
Okay. No, I just wanted to ask because
Yeah.
because like he could have done loads of other moves besides rook d1, right? So I'm just trying to imagine like, well, what is dude's intention with rook d1? I thought you had a variation in our little business where you played rook d4 and at some point maybe rook d4.
Yeah.
I mean, the rook definitely belongs on d1.
Mm-hmm.
The reason it might not is the a rook is kind of like, bro, I was kind of looking at that square. I was kind of looking at that one.
Yeah. But okay, I mean, bishop
They're gonna
f4,
have to-
g5, you can discount.
The rooks are going to have to double instead of quibbling, you know?
Yeah, they're just gonna have to share.
Yeah.
And maybe he wants knight d6 and rook d6.
Yeah, knight d6, bishop d6, rook d6 would be an interesting question.
Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, black needs a move, boss. So okay, now I'm getting a little worried for our friend Gukesh here, buddy. Because knight f8, h5, and I'm not feeling anything after that. And the queen, in all the variations with f5, it's just not on the right square, right? It's just not on the right square. It's just getting hosed.
Mm-hmm. Well, now that Gukesh is out of book, it's very risky because the engine might have wanted something very specific after h4, and he may or may not have found it. And yeah, now he's got to figure out this position.
Okay, how about this? Bishop takes e4.
Okay, bishop takes.
f5.
We had a very similar position, but this one's even a worse version for black.
Okay.
Well, hold on, Jesse, because we cannot en passant. David has a nasty trick in mind.
Um,
Now that's coconut
very
hunting.
clever. That's coconut hunting. Okay.
So
So how about I take with the queen? How about I just play bishop takes, queen takes?
What? What do you mean? What?
Bishop takes, queen takes.
Oh, on e4. You
yeah.
took with the queen.
Yeah.
Instead of the bishop. Okay. Same move. f5.
Okay, I was hoping that I could now take it.
You can't dissuade me.
Takes, yeah.
You take?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was my intention. We're gonna see if it works or not.
I take.
Where
So
are you taking?
you take on g3?
Yeah.
Okay, g3. And then if I play f7,
That's check.
that's check, yeah.
I know what check is, guys. I moved the king up to e7.
Okay, good.
I wanted to
Maybe.
lure white's rook into d7. I wanted to take on f7, but yeah.
Okay, bishop f4. No, not bishop. Yeah, bishop f4. No, I can't do it.
Where?
Darn it.
It's not here.
It's close to working there. It's not there yet, though.
Oh, wow. Queen f4,
How about-
maybe?
Hmm.
Not super promising, but no, I mean, black's okay.
Okay, we'll say black's okay.
Yeah.
That's an interesting situation.
This mess is all
Okay.
just analysis. Now, again, you don't have to take en passant. You could just put the queen somewhere, right? Like e2.
Mm-hmm.
And and that
Oh,
stops
horsey still
g5.
can't jump.
That stops g5 because of queen h5. Yeah. That's decent for white. Just queen e2, Jesse.
Okay.
All good. All good.
Okay, so let's go back to this rook d1 position. We're trying to find a way out for Mr. Black.
Yeah. This is the live position here. It's just rook d1. I tried something really outrageous. And it did not pan out.
Okay, Dave, let me try one more time. What is going to happen to me if I castle short?
We don't know yet, but let's discover it together. To me, bishop f4 is logical here, right? That's similar to what
Exactly
we've
what
looked
I'm
at
doing.
before.
Yeah, bishop f4, dude, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do really.
Yeah.
But I do have a little plan.
Oh, well then you do know what to do.
Okay, my plan is on bishop f4.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to move the rook to either d8 or f or c8, and then at some point I'm going to take on e4, move my knight to f8, and say that with a knight on f8 I can't get mated,
Yeah.
and that you will lose your c pawn someday. So the most ambitious version would definitely be rook dc8.
Rook bc8 right now.
DC8. Excuse me, FC8. FC8, excuse me.
Rook FC.
Got my consonants mixed up.
Okay. Rook fc8. Wow. Wow. Piling up.
I mean, the disrespect on every level.
I'm just trying to survive, dude. I'm just out here trying to survive.
I feel you. All right, so queen d2, just trying to take on d7.
And on queen d2, I think that's my clarion call to play bishop f8.
Bishop f8.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, David, he didn't believe you because we all know you wanted to take on h6, not on d7.
But he just left d7 hanging.
Well, yeah, you can have a coconut and I'll take one too.
Okay. That seems generous.
It's fair, right?
Ish.
Fair. I just want to say my knight on h7, not in the game. That guy's not in the game, dude.
Right. All right, my instinct is to play this surprising move. Queen takes the hanging pawn in the center.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm unorthodox, but so be it.
I feel like that gives me chances to live. Like maybe you're better, but that would be a move I would be hoping for.
But also chances to die, Mr. Bond.
Yeah. Oh man. Gukesh is finally having his tag here.
Okay, so you would trade queens, right? And then you would take on e4.
No, I would think about it, I'd think about it. I could take queen or I could
You
take
go snip, snap, snoop. We know it.
Yeah. But it isn't looking great for me because you want to play knight d6 next is your big intention, right?
Well, I was threatening to take. Well, first of all, I'm up a pawn, but
let me refine this, David. I want to do a refinement if I can. So instead of bishop f8, I want to play bishop e7. Is it amazing? Well, probably not, but at least if I can play knight f8 because it makes a little bit more sense.
So now you're leaving d7 and h6 both hanging just to run my clock down. I see you've been watching the Naka recaps.
Sorry, just running your clock down, bud.
I see you've been watching the recaps.
Why would this be a better version of the queen d7 line?
So now queen d7, and then I play knight f8.
Oh, I see.
And I claim I'm going to survive.
Ludicrous.
Bishop e7 makes more sense.
Okay.
And I'm just pretending that I'm not getting mated with bishop h6. I don't think I am, but am I worried? Yeah, of course I'm worried. But if you take on h6, I'll have the e5 coconut will be hanging.
Wait, is a knight f6 check a problem again?
When?
On bishop e7?
Knight f6 right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I was just going to play king h8.
You could just play pawn takes knight.
Oh, I can just play pawn takes knight. I trusted Kostya.
Wait, I don't get it. EF?
He might be playing blindfold or something.
I think David wants GF and
just
E5.
EF is enough? Good Lord.
Well, what did you think I wanted?
I don't know. Hopefully you're waking me up, Kostya. Okay, knight f6. God, just plunking it in his face like that. 3 pieces defending it.
I just want you to. I'm just so happy that you're talking to my knight on H7. He was feeling like a wallflower at the party, and now I'm like, oh, you want to talk to me? Come talk to me, friend.
I
Okay.
feel like the knight's talking to the whole board. Talking to D7, D8.
Yeah, I just go King H8, boss.
Just King H8.
King H8.
Maybe like Queen C2.
Yeah, that's what I
You
wanted.
know what I'm
Ghostia.
gonna do after Queen C2, buddy? I'm playing Knight F8.
Okay. Ghostia,
Rook
you want to
takes
play the
No,
next
Rook
move
takes
or me?
D7. He got me.
Nice.
He got me.
Welcome to the dojo.
Welcome to the dojo.
Welcome to the dojo.
That was unfortunate.
Well, White has
That
an
was a
outpost on the
brutality.
6th rank, so now they need one on the 7th.
All right, let me just. I'm gonna check what we didn't have the coconuts to check before. So on Knight F6, let me try Bishop takes F6,
Mm-hmm.
EF, and E5.
Okay.
I might live that through that way.
Takes on H6.
You want to take on H6? Okay. And I will play Knight takes.
Yep. Now we take
F-
the next pawn.
This is all bad news for me, man. I'm really trying, okay?
Yeah, you're trying more than anyone. Well, other than Gukesh, who's
I'm
pretty
trying, dude. I'm really trying. Okay, let's go back.
yeah.
Oh gosh. So,
Well, we're learning all the basic patterns here.
all right, let me try one more time. Castles, Bishop F4, Rook FC8. Okay, I got it.
Not
Queen
really.
D2, right?
Yeah.
Queen D2. And then now is my time. Kraai, come on. Bishop takes E4. Now it's obvious. You're gonna play Bishop E4.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm gonna think for half a second.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna play Knight F8. Because Larson said you couldn't get mated
Yeah.
with the Knight on F8. This one at least poses some questions to White.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like Queen E2, Queen G4.
Let's do it,
Thing.
Kostya. We didn't play Bishop takes H6 because of Queen E5 or what?
Well, I think I played GH, and then what do you do?
Yeah.
Yeah, Queen E5. I
Takes
thought
and
was
then
the
Queen
problem.
E5, right? Why did we name the channel Chess Dojo? Kostya had already started a Discord server called Chess Dojo in which he handed out advice.
You guys, I gotta run. I'll be right back. I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay.
Okay.
Holy moly, Daddy's in trouble. Okay.
Whew. Gotta go pick up the little coconuts.
No, wait. We always leave the cam, Jesse. We always forget. You can just
Yeah.
leave the cam.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
I'm gonna work on this for a little bit, Kostya. Sorry.
Folks, it's a very gripping candidates. Okay. I mean, actually, I wanted to say earlier, like, I love how many repeat names I see in the chat. Like, there's been people that are just watching, like, literally day in, day out for
Yeah.
hours. And that's super fun.
It's nice because that means they're like us, you know.
Yeah, I mean, coming back, they're into it. I'm great.
All right. So, quick recap. Because I was thinking about best practices in broadcasting today, Kostya. You know, continuing to work on the assignments you and Ludwig left us. So, we've been going for, I don't know, some amount of time, an hour or something. So, every now
wanna
and
go around
then,
the horn.
I was thinking we should maybe say, like, here's what's going on for anyone who just
Yes.
joined us, right?
Right.
Like,
You just joined.
Yeah.
Here's what's happening.
here's what's happening. It's the candidates tournament. 8 players, at this point down to 5 or 4, vying for a chance to play a world championship match against Ding Li Ren of China. And in the lead, we've got Jan Nepomniachtchi of Russia, who's won 2 previous candidates tournaments in a row. So he's already played 2 World Championship matches against Magnus and Ding. And he's currently half a point ahead of the field, trying to make it 3 in a row. Half a point behind him, Surprise, the youngest player in the field, 17-year-old Indian Gukesh. And maybe less of a surprise, number 3 in the world and top chess streamer, Hikaru Nakamura, 6.5 out of 11 from the US. They've got 3 rounds to go. It's a 14-round tournament. And we've got the number 2 in the world, Fabiano Caruana, slightly languishing at 6 out of 11, struggling to convert as many wins as he would like. And he's still a full point behind Nepo, but does have a white game against him later on. But these people are hanging on. There's only 3 games left, and Nepo is in top form.
Yeah, Fabi hasn't turned on Psycho Fabi mode yet, and he really needs to quickly if he's going to have a fighting chance here. Because Nepo might win today's game. And then the people that keep saying it's over, they're going to finally be right.
Yeah.
Correct.
Below the board, we have some of
day.
our sort of estimates of how the games are going. Usually the first 3 or 4 moves of a game, you'll see that white is slightly better, and then somewhere between moves 5 and 15, black will equalize because these are good players and they've got good prep. And because that's kind of the nature of chess now, is black can usually catch up and get a more or less equal position if they're well prepared. And then, things get complicated, things start to happen, and, the evaluations can go wherever they want. Of the 4 games we're watching today, only Gukesh's opening was deemed unsatisfactory by the 3 senseis. And that's the position we've been looking at here, which looks very dangerous for him.
Yeah, why don't we quickly take a look at all the positions?
Yeah.
So we've got some moves everywhere except this game.
Hop around to the tournament leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi. So last we saw this position, there was bishop g4 played, which was a little surprise to us. Jan moved the knight towards b3, which we'd sort of thought was where it was headed. Pragg attacks h4. g3 was expected. In that sense, trading light squared bishops makes some sense, doesn't it, Kostya?
Yeah, definitely.
Because he sort of figured out that he was going to leave Jan with basically 1 pawn on a light square on c2. You trade the bishop and... So that's where light squares can get weak. So he now makes the trade. Castles queenside like he intended all along. You think Jan will follow him? I'll let you predict if it's Psycho Jan or Calm Jan or Solid Jan.
Well, I'm looking at the live board, and yeah, I think he did, based on unless he played Rook D1, King D2, King C1.
Okay, yeah. But if you had to guess, you would have also guessed, right, that he was delaying castling partly to follow Pragg wherever he went.
Yeah, I mean, it's safer to castle on the same side of the board. But with his last move, knight a4, I feel like he's got some very, I want to call them childish intentions with like knight c5, knight takes b7, queen b5 check. Just a straightforward. A knight on c5 is very similar to a knight on f5 when we're attacking the queenside castle. So we call it knight f5, but we don't have a clever term for the knight on c5 yet.
Yeah, it's just the same thing, but symmetrical.
Right. So ready-made attack for white here.
All right, they're suggesting you call it nice c5. It sounds basically that you almost can't hear the difference.
Nice c5. We'll get it, guys. We'll get it. We can keep brainstorming. We'll get it. So I don't know. I would say I would take white here. If I had to pick a side, I don't like this knight on g6.
Yeah,
and I do like white's play knight c5, but I don't think it's I wouldn't say it's like a big advantage or anything. Maybe a small edge for white.
Yeah, that knight could use some improvement. Maybe knight f8 to e6, although that doesn't even arrive in time. Maybe knight f8 to d7. Yes. Yes. This is the live position, by the way, now, folks. Pragg thinking 20 minutes down on time. You can see above the board, we also have the last move played to give you a sense of how drastic the time pressure is. Time pressure has definitely been a factor in this tournament because the players are just not used to playing without an increment anymore. It almost doesn't exist. And FIDE decided, let's just use a different time control for the candidates than for every other tournament. Throw in some chaos. But here's my thought, Kosti. If I go knight f8, some knight to c5, knight d7. I'm looking to trade a bunch of stuff on c5 and play against white's mediocre e3 bishop.
Okay, let me try knight takes b7. I'll be the bad guy.
Thank you. King takes.
King takes. Queen b5 check.
Yes.
Knight b6.
So Kostya plays the combination, right? And this is why I moved the knight to d7, not e6. I can block him. Avoid the worst of it.
And now knight c5.
Now knight c5. Check. So if I retreat my king, then queen takes c6 comes and it's all over for me. I have to avoid losing back this knight for nothing because white got an important pawn with their knight. So I trade on c5. Kostya takes with the pawn, looking to play pawn takes b6. Now I would argue even if white plays pawn takes b6 and I play pawn takes b6, I've achieved sort of a position for black. Borderline playable, right?
You've got d4 anyway.
But I have d4 and I think I can probably make life hard for white.
Yeah, I think it just doesn't work.
Tricky little queens seeing each other hidden through the pawns on the 5th rank. And it's hard for white to recover the piece.
We might have gotten a move, I think.
Oh yeah, it looks like we've got a move because Jan is... His clock is now running, and it's going to be knight f8, of course.
Knight f8 played.
I was quite confident that move looked right.
Yeah. Okay. Should we check out the other two games quickly?
Yeah, we could just update the eval as we go around the horn. So earlier we'd called this equal.
I feel like it's still probably closest to equal.
That's my feeling too. Yeah. Originally, Kostya led me to this knight f8 idea because he said, the knight on g6 is not that good. White's got this knight c5 idea. So we're kind of solving white's advantage with our problem from black's perspective and keeping things pretty stable here. So we're going to leave that evaluated as equal and go to our other exchange French. Naka Firouzja, we left off here after this wild knight appeared on b4. Hikaru dodged it. Okay, knight c2 threatened. Doesn't castle. Oh, right, I guess he doesn't want knight c2, knight takes bishop. Firouzja's just chasing him. Hounding him.
Yeah.
And Naka rather give a pawn than the bishop pair. Look at that move.
Tuesday style of play from Firouzja. He's just throwing knight b4, knight g4.
Yeah.
He's trying to hit him on f2, trying to hit him on c2. Come on, Firouzja. Naka knows how to deal with these things.
Amazing. And we'll just quickly mention, folks, the exchange French has a pretty bad reputation of being sort of like boring and equalish and what lame-os play when they want to draw because they're so lame they don't want to win or whatever. But, obviously Nepo and Hikaru are not particularly lame. They're, two of the top 4 players in the world. And here you can see that the positions they have are pretty exciting. And Hikaru dramatically gives up his 2 center pawns to keep the bishop pair and then gets castled. And that is the sizzling position before us, Kostya.
Yeah, so Naka pawn down. But clearly he has like a3 in mind and... Oh, yeah. So, okay. black plays the obvious move c6, you go a3, and where's the knight going?
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yeah.
so so if white wins back this pawn on d5, then he's doing quite well, especially if he can take with the knight because he opens up his rook.
He's
So
got
I
so
guess
much
black,
tactical potential here, Kostya.
yeah, like
Oh my god, it's off the
he's
charts.
up on the clock. Yeah, and the bishop on c5 is hanging. Right, so even if you go
Yeah.
bishop e6, you can go a3, knight c6, and knight takes d5, looks like.
Look at this bishop on c5 almost hanging, pawn on d5 almost hanging, bishop on f5 dangling, pawn on c7 barely defended, knight b4 under the queen's eye, knight on g4 under the bishop's eye. All of these pieces, more or less tactical elements for white. 6
Yeah.
different targets. Good
So d4
lord.
could be a move for black, but then that gets hit with knight a4.
Right, something where you try to fight
Uh,
back. So the options are knight a4 and knight b5 for white, right?
yeah, knight b5
Depending.
also.
Oh, he's played something. He's played something. He's played rook e8. He thought 23 minutes on that move, Firouzja did. So before the move, he had an hour and 20, kind of close to Naka, but this was a
Okay.
hard one.
So rook e8 makes sense. If I can channel Jesse for a second, he's talking to the e2 bishop, right? So it's
Yeah.
harder for white to take on d5 in any line.
Yeah. And he may even be planning to just sack and exchange back if white played a move like a3. So, for example, a3.
Wants to go rook e2
You
immediately.
just go rook e2 and just you hit right there and you get the d3 square, right? So
Yeah.
there's a couple branches and I can't be sure how this works out, but one branch is knight e2, knight d3, attacking rook c1 and triple attacking f2. And we could work really hard for a while if we wanted to on whether or not this works. But there's a decent chance, just at
Yeah,
the
let's
surface.
just not even like if I'm calculating this, I've already rejected a3. It's like,
Oh yeah. Okay.
'cause it just looks like too much. Yeah.
Okay. And then the other branch here would have been queen takes when bishop d3 comes, and the idea is going to be to take on f1, and then f2 will be hanging. So black's going to have some dangling pieces, but they've also, captured some of white's stuff and simplified. And finding a target in the opponent's camp helps you slip out of your opponent's threats. Like if white unveils the rook's attack on your bishop, and you can get out of it with bishop takes f2 check, that's helping you to not lose your pieces.
Mhm.
So rook e8, definitely, to channel Jesse, looks like it has some sauce to it.
Yeah, he's got some sauce on that move. Um,
Yeah. What a mess.
hmm.
I mean, do you have any sort of evaluation instinct here, Kostya? Or just crunch variations, and who knows?
Yeah, it feels very concrete to me because I mean, if white doesn't have anything, he could just end up down a pawn. But I feel like long term black is not solving this a3 problem. If white can just figure out the rook e2 thing.
Okay.
Um,
So if we
okay,
can
another
defend our
idea, but I feel like we
coconuts,
just have to keep calculating to figure this out.
if we can defend our coconuts, blacks are not going to hold together long term.
Yeah. Um, okay, another line I want to look at just to understand is bishop b5.
Right? I think
See,
c6 is
black
forced
goes
there, trapping
c6.
our knight, but hoping that white doesn't have anything to do.
Yeah, and then a3.
Oh, Kostya.
I don't know if it's good. I just
No,
want
but
to look at it.
it's got a nice vicious and sharpness to it. Like I don't want to be like describing a cheese, but
Yeah, I might have a small stench.
I have to trade. You trade.
Hmm.
Instinct is to
And
take on
after-
b4.
Yeah, after bishop b4, just thinking maybe queen d5.
Makes sense.
But if nothing else, black can. Well, actually, I don't know. If you take on c3, there's queen f5.
Ay, ay, ay. And
Maybe
just
this we
the
can try to
hanging
make it
stuff
work.
continues, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and if we trade on d5, the knight comes in. We gotta cover c7 and our bishop, so we've got one more forced move here, I think, in bishop a5, and
Okay, so bishop
then
a5 forced.
maybe knight d4 is still somewhere.
Mm,
Sauce, but bishop
knight
e4.
d4, maybe b4.
Oh, maybe b4 too. Disrupt.
Yeah, just to insult the opponent somehow. This feels like an insulting. Get out of here,
Yeah.
stupid bishop.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I still not clear what. To me, this feels very equal. Like it's all trading off.
Right. Yeah, white's kind of biting their thumb at black, but black's probably going to dodge this. Like Grandmaster the Panda in chat suggests bishop c7 here, trying to trap and lure the bishop on a5, but I feel like the move bishop e4 is going to be white's saving move in this variation, as well as that b4 variation.
It's sharp.
And the knight d4 variation, which we haven't mentioned. But same prayer for black.
Yeah, don't see a move here.
Yeah. Okay, well that's
okay,
one
let's go back though
wild.
before we go super deep.
Yeah.
Maybe there's other moves too. Someone was saying h3. H3 also could be a thought because that's a big tempo.
So we're
A lot
here,
of
rook
options here for
e8.
Naka.
We've got a question about knight a4 as well. Yep, that is a move. Knight a4, black might actually have a slightly simpler response in bishop d6, though. It's not everything we wanted, but we're still alive.
Yeah, though I wouldn't be surprised if white had something here, like bishop d6, queen d6, knight d4.
Wait. Bishop d6, queen d6.
Knight d4.
I don't think you can, unless I've got the wrong position. There would be queen h2.
Oh, yeah, I missed the h2 pawn. Yeah. That's not good.
Okay. Knight c5, maybe? Just a little positional move?
Maybe h3. Guess how I came up with that move. But the real question is, how much is Naka going to tank? Because we've understood his strategy. He's been very vocal about it, is to not spend time.
Right.
But this is such a calculation position. It's like, how could you not? And maybe a3 is people are saying we should reconsider a3. Maybe a3 is even possibility too.
Yeah, I mean, they're at move 16, so they've got an okay amount of time still. They're not in, headed on the path of terrible time trouble we've seen in some other positions, and there are enough pieces hanging. Yeah, this is kind of the kind of move where I stop and calculate generally.
Yeah, Naka, he is thinking at the board, but he's thinking and he's like, oh, don't spend too much time. David, there's another interesting moment way back when. Remember, we were looking at the Naka Abasov game.
Mm-hmm.
And he had this shot, G5, right, that we concluded was winning after our human analysis.
Yeah.
And it turned out, I was watching his recap, the reason he rejected that was there was this one line where he has to sacrifice an exchange.
Yeah.
But he gets like G takes H6 and H takes G7.
Yep.
He's opening up Black's king. You evaluated that position in 1 second. You were like, oh yeah, that's good for white.
Right.
But him in his recap, he was like, if I was to go for this, I would have to spend another 5 minutes calculating this out, and it's like not worth it.
Yeah.
And that's why he rejected that line, which was his definitely the best way to continue.
Yeah, completely winning. And I
So there's some
remember
drawbacks.
I
Yeah.
remember that
In the
situation, and I
past.
know why it was so easy for me, Kostya, because before looking at the exchange stack, I looked at g5, bishop c7, g takes h6, bishop takes b8, or something like that. Or sorry, queen c6, right? I looked at not
Hmm.
even playing rook b8, so just taking on h6, black takes the rook, and takes on g7,
Hmm.
right? And that line, you're down a full rook, and I played around with it a few moves and discovered that it was dead equal, right? So white had
Right.
enough attack not to checkmate, but basically it seemed about equal, down a rook. So then I saw that after queen c6, rook b8, bishop c7 attacking the rook, or bishop d6 attacking the rook with our bishop already on g3, I can do the exact same thing but with a full extra bishop,
Yeah.
right? So I had the like cheat or the advantage that I had moved around like the pieces on the rook sack variation.
Right.
Um, and therefore I didn't need to think, right? I'm like, we're gonna be a really good dark squared bishop up on a murderous variation that just barely black defended.
Yeah. No, that
So
makes sense. Like
so
the rook sack was
yeah,
already unclear, so if we have the same attack but with an extra piece, and then okay.
yeah.
No question.
So it was really easy. But that's also why I often my thought process often involves just like calculating some of the most brutalistic variations,
Yeah.
because they give me my like signposts, right? Like I struggle with
Yeah.
evaluation, I think in general in my chess game. So like I have to create like crude signposts as much as I can and then use those to try and guide me.
Right. Yeah, I think it's good to get some footing. Another way is just to look at like the most principal lines in the position, just to get, yeah, just to get a sense of what's going on.
Yeah. So yeah. So I just to clarify, it wasn't that it was just so easy or obvious to me if I hadn't already put in some work on the position. Tweedledee. We think that A3, which looks crushing, will be met by rook takes E2, which looks messy.
Exactly.
We tried out some moves and some variations and stuff. And if we wanted to cut the chit chat, we could show you our thinkers poses, Kosti and I, and we could crunch through some moves here and maybe get to the bottom of it. But on the surface, it looks wildly messy. And Kostya kind of quickly said if he were white and expecting that he had something good, he would want to look for something else pretty quickly.
Yeah. Um, yeah, and I'm definitely feeling a little bit hungry. So I'm like happy that I'm not in Naka's shoes right now. I need to calculate all this. I mean, we could try to run through it.
We've got one request for somebody who would like to see us make a bunch of messy moves here.
Mhm.
I,
So,
I'm game, but I'll show you
okay,
a first branch. Queen e2, bishop
please.
d3, hitting the queen. Idea to take the rook and then be threatening f2 once there's no rook defending um, f2. So the queen needs a square. Scanning the board, black's kind of got minor pieces all around, so it looks like probably d2. Then we take on f1. And now the point is on something like pawn takes knight, the bishop escapes to f2, and king in the corner, and bishop to c4 or
Well,
a6 or
wait,
whatever.
wait. King F1.
Yeah, did I hang something? King's in check.
Well, white could have eaten a bishop with the king.
C'est vrai. And then white would win.
In this line, yes.
Yeah. And we don't really have another good option. Because if we save the bishop, we lose that bishop. So it's completely winning for white.
Oh wait, was it really that simple? Hold on.
Yeah. Bishop
Oh,
d3, queen d2.
oh, wait, but on Queen E2, there's also Knight D3.
Okay. Yeah, there is. So let's try another move. Knight d3, hitting the rook and the now undefended bishop, as
Yeah,
well
the
as
famous octopus knight,
maybe hitting
like
f2 enough
Kasparov.
times.
Yeah.
Okay. So now feels like white should move that bishop. But we have to look for counterattacks. Knight d5, knight a4. Knight takes f4 is going to hit white's queen too. This looks fine for black. But the key part of this kind of calculation, folks, is being... Well, Kostya will give a second opinion if mine is wrong or controversial. But I think the key is being really thorough and really asking yourself, like, what are all the capturing or saving moves that the other side might have. So a3 was played, by the way, folks. A3 was played by Naka.
Ooh, Naka came to play today.
So we're going to get into this mess in a moment. Knight d3 here. So the
We're just back
obvious
to the board.
move is bishop g3, saving the bishop, which is the highest threat of blacks. But then after knight c1, hitting the queen, rook c1, black's temporarily up a pawn and certainly in zero danger. So what are the other options for white here? Knight h4, knight d5, knight b5, bishop takes c7. All right, let's try bishop takes c7. Saving one of the pieces that was hanging, right?
Mm-hmm.
Queen takes e7, knight d5. Now, I'll tell you my idea for white is to maybe even take the bishop and go knight e7, knight f5. I'm sacking every piece black's trying to win so that they can't capture them on
Oh,
their
wait, but
terms.
I don't think that's gonna work because Knight C1 hits White's queen.
Right. Yeah, I'd actually come up with the idea of defending with bishop f2 check here for black, but maybe knight c1 is even easier. Yeah, it is. So we won't even look at the messy move. Knight c1. Hitting the queen. If knight takes queen, we take on e2 with check and then save the rook. And if rook c1 now, bishop f2. And queen c1 with a massacre.
Yeah.
So black wins against bishop c7, it seems. Rook d1, knight f4 doesn't look promising. Knight takes d5 first. Queen takes d5. Hard to explain what white's doing now. I don't see anything for white against knight d3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, same.
So let's look at our other branch, which was knight e2, and again knight d3. Firouzja's yet to pull the trigger, but I don't know how long he's going to take. On the one hand, it's a critical position. On the other hand, he's probably been sitting and calculating it both before he played rook e8, which was a 23-minute move, and while Naka was considering it for 15 minutes before playing a3. But Naka had a range of moves possible, so it's hard to know.
100%. He already had something in mind on rook e8 because otherwise after a3 you're in trouble. And he's reaching for something.
There it is.
What did he do?
There it is. He
went
played even a
D4.
different move, d4.
Wow, I gotta say, David, d4.
Yeah.
Because we had a couple people in our
didn't even
chat
look at it
suggesting knight takes f2, which
Yeah.
was like, oh wow, second option. And then
Yeah.
he just plays a third move. He just plays a third move.
I have to ask a basic question. I think I see the answer, but I'm going to play it here for everybody on chat to follow with us or correct it. But pawn takes
Want to
knight,
say
attacking
A,
a
want
bishop,
to say B. Mhm.
right? Pawn takes knight, attacking a queen. Queen takes d8, saving the queen, and the bishop on c5 still hanging. Rook a takes d8. Pawn takes c5, rook takes e2.
It's rook E8 move.
That's one reason for rook e8. Even this position is kind of a mess.
What a mess.
But I don't know that we have cb2, rook e1, right? That looks like... Oh, and then we would queen. We do have that.
Mm-hmm.
We can insert cb2, Kostya, because of the bishop on f5.
There might even be better, like
Rook e2.
E2 or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know for sure. Rook
Hard to
e2
say.
looks equalish. Yeah. Okay. So he's got cb2 there. So then the question becomes, in this position, instead of pawn takes bishop, let's try and make use of the hanging bishop on e2. Bishop b5. Your move, black. What on earth does one do there?
Okay, there's rook E4, maybe bishop F2. Oh, bishop F2.
Okay.
And then CB at the end.
Bishop f2, rook f2,
Knight F2.
knight f2. And then against
You're
bishop
gonna win one
e8 or
rook, but
whatever
I'm
move,
winning
you do
both rooks.
cb2. Oh my god, that one little pawn? Kostya.
I didn't do this. This is Firouzja's doing.
Yeah, but you found it nice and fast.
Oh, that's true.
That's good.
I mean, I didn't even. Man, I'm just like, we were thinking like, okay, rook E8, A3. Oh, it's got to be rook E2.
Right.
And he just goes D4.
Yeah.
And from the looks of it, I mean, Naka, I have no idea if Naka missed this move or not, but like, it doesn't seem like this was one of his main moves.
Yeah. I mean, your idea of rook e4
That he
also
was
looks like it
expecting
might be
this.
sufficient here.
Mhm.
Because you have the idea of, playing cb2 anyway, right? As well as if they deal with cb2, you could maybe play bishop f2 check, and after winning the exchange, f4 is still hanging. So, ay, ay, ay. All right, so we're going to go back. The first look at a takes b4 is that it's not good enough.
Yeah, we should look at other moves here.
And there's a lot of them. So, careful about moving our knight, though, right? Because then that exposes all these like rook e2 stuff even more.
Yeah, but I feel like the two knight moves feel critical, like knight A4 and knight B5.
Okay, Mathieu Poulain has a question, so we're just going to clarify in our first variation. So dc3, queen d8, rook d8, bc5, rook e2, rook c3. Yeah. So Mathieu, Kostya, I think, was saying that instead of taking on e2, we can actually take on b2 first before we even take this bishop. And threatening to capture this rook, threatening to capture this bishop, and also the bishop's covering b1. So, for example, after rook e1, black queens. And they're ahead. But in the branch you're asking about with the plain rook e2, which Kostya didn't want, you would have rook takes c3, you're right. And now you might have a small plus for white if you got this position. Because if we take on b2, you take on c7, exactly like you said. And if we try to hold c7, we're still weak in that area, whether it be c6 or rook c8. I think you'd be right to evaluate this as pleasant for white, though not completely winning, just pleasant.
By the way, I changed our live eval to unclear until we figure out what's going on.
Fair. Fair. And 3 chili peppers.
Yeah, exactly. Spiciness level 75,000 Scoville.
Another way to judge spiciness levels, Kostya, would be with like different countries' cuisines, right? Like if it's really not spicy, we could say French. And if
Right.
it's really spicy, you could say like Thai or something like that.
Yeah.
And then stages in
Just a bit
between.
ignorant on these things.
Yeah.
But I feel like any cuisine they can make it spicier, less spicy,
They
you know.
can, but there's sort of like a default, right? Like there used to
Yeah.
be an Indonesian restaurant in Berkeley, which was the best restaurant in Berkeley when it was open,
Hmm.
and and they had like a whole scale of how you could ask for spicy, and like it was something like five different levels of spiciness, and like the last and the fifth of those was like American super spicy, like what Indonesian babies have for breakfast, and only after level 5 did it start getting into the Indonesian levels.
Then you gotta
Then you could go
sign a
from like
waiver
6 through
before you.
8 or 6 through 10 of like Indonesian spicy,
Hmm.
and I didn't mess with that. Yeah. Okay, but back to the chess, which is what we're really here
Yeah.
for.
Yeah.
Not my uninformed cultural comparisons. So d4. So should we look at knight moves, or what's a plausible candidate here?
Yeah. Let's look at some knight moves. Let's look at knight a4.
Okay, knight a4, opening up this guy, saving the knight, and two pieces hanging right here.
But now I don't even know what Firo wants. Does he want rook e2 or does he want like d3? Maybe he wants d3.
Right? Maybe he's trying to promote.
We saw this pawn get to b1. Now we can go to f1.
All right. Well, let's put d3 on the board. I haven't seen a lot of moves this spicy, so let's just try it. Pawn takes e2 looks like a huge threat. So the first move I'm going to try is going to be, the very restrained bishop d1.
d1. Yeah. But yeah, d3 is an Indonesian level move right there. Okay. d1. I think.
Oh, look at that, Kostya. Somebody in chat says they live in Indonesia, and level 1 in Indonesia would be unbearable for people elsewhere.
Yeah, so d3 is a level 1 Indonesian move.
All right. Merles just wants to put his rook on e2 anyway after the bishop moves away. It's like you're
Oh.
playing with lag, right? Or pre-moves. Can we go
Right.
rook e2? What? Wait, Patrick's saying the
At this
same
point, I'll
move.
believe anything. Let's try it.
Bullet pre-move type of move, yeah.
Naka's gonna be like, now at this point, I have to calculate again, even though I really don't want to, because I'm gonna get into time pressure
Right.
and eventually make a blunder.
But you can't just play down a knight or a rook or whatever the fallout might be of,
Yeah,
of
but you also
not
can't just
calculating
like
here.
make the move here, yeah, without looking at lots of lines. What a great position as like an exercise.
Yeah. But this would be an exercise for very high rated players.
Oh yeah. But also just like an illustrative example of how there can just be so many branches in a position.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
both sides have
he's moved.
knight b5.
Kept up his tempo. Knight b5.
All right, we at least guessed the piece.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Holy moly. This position is smoking hot. So that knight is right in the line of fire for bishop d3, right?
Yeah, so now we gotta start with rook e2.
So rook e2, bishop d3 attacks. These aren't just coconuts. These are people, right? It attacks all the people.
Okay, just to make sure, rook e2, white has no Firouzja moves, right? He has to take back.
Right, like queen b4. What?
No, he's got it. He's got to take.
Okay, so he takes bishop d3. We are firmly in Mikhail Tal territory. The famous quote about
Yeah.
my opponent can only take them one at a time.
Wait, do we have enough to give the queen here? So we go like AB.
Okay. But even after you give the queen, you're still getting double attacked by that bishop.
Yeah.
It means
Well, bishop
business.
E2. I wanted rook C5.
Uh-huh.
Maybe I'm miscounting the pieces. Oh, yeah, yeah, no, I'm miscounting. Yeah, we're gonna be down 2 pieces for the queen, so we don't have enough.
Okay.
Okay, never mind. Oh, rook E2, bishop D3.
I feel like we got to move the queen here. It's hard to
Yeah,
imagine sacking the queen right now.
so yeah, queen D2 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Hit the knight again.
So I'll take on B5. No, maybe I should take on F1 because B5 is a nice escape route. Sneaky.
Rook C5 defends.
Mm-hmm. But I still come out on B5. And on top. Oh!
B5. Wait,
Maybe.
it's not,
I don't really
hold
know.
on. Wait, let me catch up 1 sec.
Yeah, sorry.
Uh, I mean, AB4, rook B5, both of these look like moves to me.
Yeah. Kosi, have you seen the camera? Are they like both calculating like mad or what's the deal? Like, are they thinking on the opponent's move?
Firouzja was away from the board, but I imagine he was still looking at a monitor and calculating.
Okay.
And then when Naka made his move, he came back, and now Naka's away from the board. So it's Naka's turn for
So they're
snacks.
still strolling every move, even with like 10 pieces hanging.
Yeah. Well, they've both started to tank on these moves, very understandably.
Right.
Uh,
And I've noticed that in general at this tournament, a lot of the players or the meta or whatever is a lot of strolling when it's not your turn, right? Stretching your legs, taking a little bit of a break.
yeah, making sounds with the creaky floor to disturb your opponent.
Right. But this feels like if there was ever a position where you would just like sit there just burning, and taking every minute of the opponent's time that you can to get further into the forest, like you would have to.
Yeah. I imagine they're thinking away from the board.
Okay.
Often, yeah, when I like to walk around a lot and I just try to keep the position in my head and just try to calculate lines very slowly. Because the other thing is, if your opponent has a lot of options,
Mm-hmm.
then it you almost don't want to burn energy on their turn because you don't really know what move they're going to choose.
Right. All right. We're going to do a quick interruption, folks, to welcome in some Raiders. We've got a big crew from John Bartholomew. Thanks, John, for sending folks our way. I imagine you guys might know what's going on here, but here's what's going on here. We're watching the 2024 FIDE Candidates Tournament, one of the most exciting tournaments that we've witnessed. And we've got a really exciting position on the board here as well in Naka Firouzja. With you can try and count how many pieces are hanging, but they're all over the place hanging. We've been looking at rook takes e2 variation here. C7 hanging, everything hanging. The hotness is just through the roof. And we had a crazy round yesterday with 3 decisive results, and we've got a lot of exciting positions here today as well. So welcome in. Feel free to cheer for whoever you cheer for, whether it be one of the players or just good chess. And Kosti and I are going to keep trying to work through some of these games and figure out what's going on.
Yeah, super, super fun position here. And Firouzja's thinking after knight to b5. I mean,
Yeah.
we had rook e2. I guess d3 was our other option, but
Mm-hmm.
this one just looked too tempting not to start with. So
Right.
we're trying to figure it out, much like Firouzja is doing right now.
Yeah. Unless you're a Nepo fan, pretty much everybody's rooting for Pragg against Nepo today because, like, if you're a Fabi fan, you want Nepo to lose. If you're a Hikaru fan, you want Nepo to lose. If you're a Firouzja fan, I guess you don't really care too much. If you're a Gukesh fan, so are we an engineless stream? Yes, John Bon Pony. If
Proudly.
you look, we do not ride on a steel horse here. We've just our evaluations here are just human-made evaluations. You can see under the board we've sort of guessed how all the games are going.
Right. So
Um,
we're riding on our high horse,
yeah,
not a steel
we're
horse.
riding our high horse instead. We are superior, elitist, top level, top tier gatekeepers as we
Top
try to welcome
analysts.
one and all to come and discover the interest and mystery of chess with us.
But yeah, to sum up, we don't know what's going on. We're trying to figure it out. It's very, very tactical, which is great for Naka's chances for this tournament. Um, yeah, I mean, maybe we should do a quick go around, just see all the positions as they stand, see if we need to update any evals.
Yeah. Yeah, folks wondering about why this rookie 2 move was suggested. A couple people in chat suggested this move to us, and I think their idea is that after bishop takes, pawn takes, threatening pawn takes rook, they get the queen to this e2 square anyway, and then they can sink a bishop or a knight on d3, attacking basically every white piece. They're down a d4 pawn compared to another variation we looked at, but that might give them some bishop f2 options as well. So, yeah. Okay, everybody's head's hurting. We're going to leave it here for a second. Some people asked us to try and figure it out. So, we gamely plugged along with with an attempt at crunching some variations. We're also happy to just
Yeah,
give some surface impressions.
and we did figure it out. It's unclear.
Okay, so crazy moves over here. Gukesh, by the way, folks, played a novelty h6 on move 4 in the Nimzo and just had an atrocious position right out of the starting gates, but a big time lead for it. It was his deliberate preparation. And here he made a move that looks like a real concession to me, Kostya. He took on e4 after 30 minutes of thought. Oof.
Yeah.
Puke.
That indicates struggle. That means he wasn't sure what to do. But
Yeah.
taking on e4, I feel like that had to happen at some point.
Okay. Interesting. So before we were here, folks, we had said that maybe knight d6 was starting to be a threat here with the idea of putting the rook on d6 and building up against d7, maybe. So anyway, bishop e4 cut that off. Centralized the queen to defend the e5 pawn some more with it. Makes sense. Rook d8 to defend the bad pawn and prepare knight f8. Knight f8. h5 to stop knight g6. Otherwise, black goes knight g6, and everything gets frozen, right? You just have to keep defending this e5 pawn. You can't move your bishop away. So h5 to stop that.
Mm-hmm.
That knight can't really
He's got
do
the
anything
classic
anymore.
bathtub structure.
Yeah, classic
6,
bathtub.
f7, g7, h6.
Yeah. Okay. So, in this position, we got more. He played another spicy move here, Kostya. b5, activating a rook at the cost of undoubling or, dealing with white's main pawn weakness. Jesse, in trying to figure out Gukesh's argument, I mean, he got so into, Gukesh's head and Gukesh's side and trying to prove it. He was saying, we're eventually winning this pawn on c4, rook b, c8 and stuff. But here Gukesh just played this b5 move, and we've caught up with the live position. So he's just kind of opening it up. It just looks like the bishop pair is going to be amazing.
Yeah. This feels good for white.
Yeah. Okay, so the Raiders from John Bartholomew were already looking at this b5 idea.
Mm-hmm.
The knight has really limited routes from f8, and there is a good question from Arun saying, what was the problem with d6? Because, wouldn't that get our knight out of here? Let's count the attackers and defenders carefully, Arun. 1, 2, no, carefully. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. At the surface, that's playable. White just traded on b5, by the way, for those who like to be super up-to-date. So pawn takes, bishop takes, rook takes. That looks playable.
Yeah.
And I I don't see any like tricks to make it into a pin, Kostya.
Right. I was looking for it, but
Like
not really.
this.
I don't see it.
Rook d1 would be really bad. Queen e5. Rook b to d8, and we don't want to be leading with our queen anyway.
Right.
So I don't see it. Interesting idea from Cartier to maybe play bishop f1 while this is pinned. It stops checks, so you could go rook d1. But we definitely... Bishop d3 doesn't do much because the knight's on f8. It doesn't feel that powerful. Okay. Casual player says white wouldn't necessarily need to take. They could just play rook d1. That leaves black pretty tied up. Ow.
So de5, bishop e5. Yeah, that's the problem.
Mega out. Now you get forced to trade. You lose control of the tension. You start losing all your pieces. Interesting. Okay, great question. Great answer from chat. You guys don't really need us because you did a good job of figuring that out together. But here we are anyway. b5 takes, bishop f1. Yeah, the bishop's happy.
Bishop's going to, like d3. And the knight on f8 is looking like a genius right now.
Yeah. I'm thinking queen b7, Kostya, but I don't necessarily think that the endgame is a relief. You know, I think white's better no matter what here. I would stick with our evaluation.
Yeah, white looks better. You got your rooks, you got your bishops. I think white is at least having a small plus.
Man, this sort of disrespectful insult hog of an opening from Gukesh is looking like the wrong choice today.
By the way, I think Nepo is starting to shut it down.
Okay. The rook lift. Queen trade offer. Declined. b6, the weakening move. Yikes. And then he comes back to e2. Changes his mind. Interesting.
Yeah. So it makes me believe he wants to play this real safe, especially because he rejected the queen trade, and now he's like, I'm not sure I have the gumption for this right now.
Yeah.
Now, Pragg's thinking like, what am I better now? What do I do here?
Right.
How do I beat this guy?
Yeah, it looks pretty hard to make a ton of progress, but in general, he showed himself willing to play the structure with queen g4, hg4. So I imagine he just leaves those pieces where they are, right? And tries to improve something else. That could be pawn to g6, bishop to f6, rook to e8. I don't know. I would think maybe like g6 gives you the option of rerouting this e6 knight to f5 where it's even better. Might be an idea here for him. Or you could start with bishop f6, tying white to d4 even more.
So he will be able to make progress.
Those are a couple ideas to do so, yeah.
Yeah. Michael F. beat me to it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to pick which side to play, I would play black, but I think I might still leave the evaluation on equal because it's so slight.
Yeah, I'd say it's still equal. Though, honestly, I don't know. When I was 2000 playing French against other 2000s, if I was black here, I'd be like, this is the best position I've had all game. I traded off my bad bishop, trading off queen, so I'm not going to get mated. And long term, we have the better bishop. I would say black is a tiny bit better.
Enough for me to change the evaluation here?
Yeah, I feel like it's interesting enough. We should, because like, would you play either side or would you take black?
I would take black.
So we're both taking black.
Yeah.
So that means black better.
Okay, I'm afraid you're maybe going to get people's hopes up because this is like less than point 0.3.
Yeah, it's a very small advantage,
They
very
don't like it
slight.
when we use the numbers. It was a very small number of people that were okay with the numbers. But this is like 0.17.
Yeah.
It's a minimus.
Nothing to get anyone's hopes up.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so we've seen that board. We've seen that board. Naka's board. Ooh la la. Firouzja's in the tank. And then we haven't seen Fabi.
Yeah, let's catch up on Fabi.
I'm a GM today. I'm a GM today. I'm a GM today. I'm a GM today. Oh, folks, I'm not saying anything about these moves because up to this point, this is the position I predicted an hour ago. Here's where it goes beyond what we had seen. C4. Can I kick it? Looks like you can.
Can I kick it, dude?
That's what you have to ask yourself every time you see a knight in the middle of the board, right, Jesse?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's turn back on the cameras. You left us in a bit of a camera lurch for a moment. Let me see if I can fix these cameras. Be right back, folks. Oh, and Kostya left at that moment. What's going on? Conservation of Sensei.
The mouse is back. That's right. Jason says, at least until we go to bed. Then we can find out Nepo won when we wake up and puke in our Cheerios.
Yeah. All right, I got
the
Jesse
French eat
back
instead of Cheerios, boss?
Cheerios. I'm kidding. They don't have Cheerios here. My kids are really upset.
Dude, Gukesh isn't lost. He might even be okay.
No, he's not okay. Don't get my hopes up. Come on.
I think he might be okay.
Whew, that was some real slow OBS work. Sorry, guys. A little bit of slow BS on my part. But
A slow BS.
we've got Jesse in position now. It's confusing because the Jesse cam is now the guest cam, and the guest cam is now the Jesse cam. Anyway, it may not make sense to everybody, but have we just won a Sensei exchange here? Yes, you guys just won a Sensei exchange, but there's compensation and all that.
Okay, I'm going to say for Abasov Gukesh, the senseis disagree because I think black is maybe okay.
Okay, we're gonna bring out my favorite tag of all, Jesse. Senseis disagree. Oh yes.
And you guys think that Pragg is better than Nepo, huh? Okay, I can see the argument for
minutely. We were saying like 0.17, 0.19 in black's favor on that one. I need to finish catching up on the Fabi game, and then we can argue.
Okay, good.
About Gukesh, yeah. So we almost got there. He just kicked it. The knight fell back.
Ooh, bishop e3 is a dynamic move.
There's no bishop takes h7ing here, folks, because black always has like bishop f5 to recover all those squares. You can basically, I just want to take this. This is just a PSA. Don't be sacking your bishop h7s when your opponent can play bishop f5 at the end. That's like the main way you can't checkmate someone on h7. All right.
Dude, Fabi is doing delicious things, dude. Bishop e3, great move, because the c4 pawn is indirectly defended by your bishop h7 stuff.
Yeah.
And then
And
rook
queen
d8
e
makes a
maybe
lot
even
of
queen
sense.
e4 instead of bishop h7, right? Bishop h7 is just a
Yeah,
trade.
either one, we're doing fine.
Queen e4 is an enchilada. All right.
That's an enchilada.
Yeah.
So then rook d8 and then queen c5, boss. I like Fabi's position, dude.
Mm-hmm.
It's like just a nice little grip.
Mm-hmm. It's it's a little bit minute, but let's see. I mean, you could maybe play rook d1, so black can't go bishop f5 yet. Bishop f5, rook d1. Black will probably have too many hanging things, right? Trade on d8, take on f5. And if black doesn't go bishop f5 now, then soon you want to play rook e1, right? And tie black up along the e file. So they just can't challenge your piece. And that'll give you the chance to eventually try some kind of knight g5, knight e5, something for progress. Now, I guess one of the bigger questions is, can black just go queen d6? No. There's a good answer to that. Holy. That is nothing like a solution.
However, it's not over yet because queen d6, rook d1, queen c7.
There we go. Nice. So chat, you guys follow this rook d1 trick. Everybody properly excited. Nice little back rank mate pushing black back. So Vidit would have to queen c7. And then you could keep squeezing, I think, with rook e1, right? Keep the game alive.
Maybe something like that. In fact, so dude just played h6.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
That doesn't stop the rook d1 trick.
It doesn't stop rook d1. There's still back rank mate. Hello.
But it does ask White a very important question. What do you want
What
to
do you want? Maybe we can make an arrangement. Just tell me what you want.
And I do think if it was black's move, maybe queen d6.
Mm-hmm.
Hey guys, can we go back?
Yeah.
I was watching the live stream and I noticed something.
Okay.
So queen d6 instead of h6.
Yeah.
Rook d1.
Mm-hmm.
Queen c7. Rook d8. Queen d8.
Mm-hmm.
And then here there might be like a bishop h7 or knight g5. Maybe just knight g5. Hence the h6 move.
Yeah.
I
Oh
wasn't
my
sure,
gosh.
though.
Even with bishop f5, maybe because you'd get the f7 pawn. But yeah,
Okay,
knight
so
g5
first of
is
all,
simpler.
Bishop h7 doesn't work because at the end of it, black has queen d3.
Check.
Oh yeah, so bishop h7 probably not working.
Nice. So bishop f5, white's got at least a repetition. Queen d3, white's got knight takes e6.
Well, knight e6, I have queen d1.
No, you don't.
Queen d6.
You don't
Oh, I
have
don't
queen
have queen d1.
d1.
Excuse me. Right.
We looking backwards
All right.
to a time when the empire was stronger. The reason this is a big deal, folks, is queen e8 check. Collecting. And you know what they said in that series, the Lannisters always collect. So
The Lannisters.
you're going to have to... What's that?
The Lannisters.
The Lannisters?
Yeah, and they don't collect, they pay their debts.
Well, my queen was looking backwards. I'm just messing
In any
with
case,
you.
I think
Queen
Coach
takes
is
knight.
right.
Black's going to have to defend a somewhat
At the end of
painful
all
endgame.
that, there would be knight g5, and that looks like an advantage.
Yeah.
So now the question is, can Fabi improve the position here? He unfortunately can't play queen b6 because I think we just take on c4.
Sorry, where are you?
Oh, I take it back. Maybe queen b6.
H6?
Because if bishop c4, I have knight e5. So queen b6 would challenge the d file because, well, just a simple question. What are you going to do about rook d1 is the queen b6 question.
Queen b6 is a big question. Maybe knight c8?
I have to admit, I didn't anticipate a backwards knight move messing with me like that, but it is messing with my coconuts.
We're thinking white better here, though, right? Just optically.
Optically, but white needs a move.
Mm-hmm. True.
Yeah. The h6 is a very clean, solid move from black. Knight g5 was one of the more annoying things white could do. So white's going to have to do more. Even more annoying things. Maybe you could go rook d1, queen c7, knight d4. Switch tacks a little.
Another very simple move would just be b3. And then on queen d6, I'll play queen b6 then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like b3. I'm anticipating b3.
That is a very nice prophylactic move. Cover c4, kind of kill the bishop.
We do challenge chat to find tactics. I asked you guys about queen d6, gave you the chance to spot rook d1, rook d8. Black's weaknesses. Yeah, so black doesn't have like a bunch of classical weaknesses. Their pieces are just a little bit more passive, right? It's more of an open position, less of a pawn structure. So
we can talk about b7 as a weakness, sure.
Yeah, you can talk about it a little bit. Or some dark squares for white's knight.
Yeah, we got some nice central. We have great central control. That's why I admire most about the position. Like we're touching all of the 4 center squares in cool ways and preventing. We're making a mockery of the D file claim, right? We're just saying, no, you're not touching my D file at all, buddy.
I mean, it's enough that we definitely put our evaluation here as white is better on this game. That's I don't think we have any arguments.
White better, yes.
The live position is still just after h6, folks. This is just a suggestion here with b3. Yeah, our knight and bishop are correctly coordinating so that the knight covers the dark squares and the bishop the light squares. Sorry about the errant arrow. Ugh, whatever. Well, hopefully you can see it, the crisscross of the bishop and the knight. Whereas black's knight and bishop are currently both light square controlling, as is much of black's pawn structure. So their dark squares are a little bit weak. But h6 is, helpful.
So, Kosu, while you were away, I forced David to put it to Sensei disagree on Abasov Gukesh because I think Gukesh is fine.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Sort of outrageous, right? But let's hear him out. Should we go over there?
We don't have to go there right away. I just wanted him to know that we had switched it up on him.
All good. I think we should go to Firouzja because he just made like the most, it's the most. I don't even know what to call it. Just pants to the wall move.
Yeah, the most insane move possibly. Plug d3 with a pawn that his knight and bishop both seem to be aiming for.
There's a lot of pieces hanging here. Okay, so we have 3 pieces hanging: the knight on b4, the bishop on c5, the bishop on e2, and then also this pawn on c7. That's a lot of coconuts. That are just kind of hanging around, boss.
Yeah, just all over.
And we're looking at bishop d1, and then there was like rook e2.
Really? Bishop d1, rook e2?
Yes, Jesse, really.
Yeah, this is Scoville level 100,000 right now. I mean,
Scoville level.
The roof. And all of Firouzja's moves have been surprising in this game. Like every single one. Like rook e8, d4, d3.
One amazing thing actually on bishop d1, rook e2 is maybe I can sack the queen with rook takes c5, intending rook takes d2, knight takes d2, and I'm touching all your coconuts.
Many coconuts have been touched. The knight goes to d5, trying to shelter the coconuts. Those poor coconuts.
No, that might be the end of my little business. I thought I had more. Do we have another move though than Bishop D1?
Maybe bishop takes c7 is vaguely move-like.
Amazing that Naka still has 50 minutes here.
Yeah, he's been really hustling.
But he's gonna have to think here again.
Dude, these are great games today. Holy,
Yeah.
holy.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
Firouzja really
a
just
candidates.
threw the pieces.
By the way, I'm gonna say
anymore.
I'm gonna
I just
say
threw the
that Nepo is playing just to hold here, and he's shifted away from doing anything aggressive moves ago, and just like the last drift of the position is just him trying to hold it together.
Yeah,
And definitely black is a little bit better, but it's going to be very hard to win this position.
yeah. It is a very small bit.
But the knight on b3 is trash. And the rook on f3 is questionable.
Yeah. But he's starting to hoover stuff, you know? Like he's like the Tausch machine got passed from Abasov to him, right? He was in contact with the Tausch machine. And so, I mean, I think now he's looking at something like bishop takes d6, knight takes d6, knight f4. Doesn't fix the rook immediately, but it does some Tauschen.
You could. I think the true Tausch machine move is just to play c3.
Okay.
Just be super solid and just black isn't forcing anything. And then after c3, I'm ready to bring my knight back sooner rather than later.
c3 knight back, yeah. Another candidate move would be rook e1, trying to hold the e file in advance, because that's going to come under consideration.
Wait, no. On rook e1, I can take on f4 with the bishop and then take on d4 with the knight.
Okay, no. Okay, so it's c3 basically, like you said. Like Jesse said, it's going to be c3 here, yeah.
Guys, I feel like we didn't even like scratch the surface in the Firouzja game.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back.
That board's still on fire.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's consider you guys' madness. So you're talking about bishop d1.
Mm-hmm.
And after bishop d1, Firouzja has to do something because he's got coconuts. His coconuts are just on fire here.
They're just strewn.
They are strewn. Yeah. So
it does look like
I have another way to sack
where
here's like another way to sack the
not
queen.
allowed to go backwards.
So rook e2, rook c5, rook d2, ab. Don't I pick up one of your coconuts after that?
Probably the rook's not looking too hot, but I guess he just makes them pay as much as he can on d1, right?
Okay, rook d1.
Rook d1, rook d1. And
this one's interesting.
After the bishop.
Tell you what's going on here.
Only a rook and a horse, huh?
Well, you owe me. We're gonna just find out real quick.
Yeah.
It's either nothing or it's something.
All right, I'm just gonna save my bishop and stop worrying about the c7 pawn.
Yeah. Okay, we'll say that one's okay for you. I'm just trying to say, like, there's a variety of ways for dude to give up his queen.
Yeah.
In addition, well, I was going to say in addition to moving the queen, but if he moves the queen, then rook f2 is truly, that's a coconut touch.
Yeah.
And then I'm just believing you guys on bishop e2. So bishop e2 takes, let's say queen takes, and then you want a bishop d3 me, right?
or knight. We don't even know which he wants,
Yeah, let's
Jesse.
look at it for a sec. Let's just hold on to this position.
That's how crazy it is. And by the way, your instinct to sack the queen, we had Icy Stun in chat suggesting a third way to sack the queen earlier, which was he wanted to take back on d2 with the bishop. So.
Right, but that's going to run into your move, knight d5. Because
Yeah.
remember, my rook will be on c5 there, and there might be a way to make it work. But yeah, let's figure out exactly. Oh, dude, this is about a complicated choice, man.
But that looked like potential for white, actually. Maybe we should
Which
look
one is
at it.
potential, Kostya?
The bishop d2 line. Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Queen sack with bishop.
What
Because I
makes
thought
this one
we
better?
have some moves at the end. So knight d5,
Knight
and
d4
then
or
let's
something?
say like knight fd4.
Right.
And then I want like, I don't know, maybe bishop f3 next.
Right, and my bishop's got like no good nothings.
I just feel like, yeah, Naka, like, he's only missing one piece, the queen, but all of his other pieces are really good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's messy. We can look at that. I think black will somehow be okay, but yeah.
Well, let's. Oh man, this is fun. Okay.
So we go to queen takes e2, and we try to suss out whether Firouzja's taking the d3 square with the bishop or the knight.
I have so many options. Knight d3, bishop d3, so many moves.
Nice. Nice. I hear it.
Oh yeah, I'm just thinking about his inner voice.
Yeah.
I'll keep working on it.
Can we go back to Icy's variation? I want to sack the queen. I want to sack the queen, and I'll tell you why. Because in that other variation where there's both bishop d3 and knight d3, both of them scare me. They both scare me.
You'd
Whereas
rather be
this
down
thing
a
where-
queen. That's less scary.
Well, if I can win it. So, all right, let's try Icy's variation, which was,
All right.
I mean, there's a million ways to do it, right?
Yeah.
That's one of the things that's so mind-boggling about it. There's so many different
Okay.
ways.
Are you good with knight fd4 for white after the
Yeah, let's try this knight
side.
f4. That's the move I have on my little board here.
Okay, bishop.
And then on bishop c8, I'm worried about knight c6, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, knight c6, rook d5. You can throw in bishop f3 first.
Yeah.
But knight c6 is just clean.
Okay, but let's try bishop c8,
Yeah.
knight c6.
Yeah.
Oh, but see, bishop c8, it's so terrible because then I play rook d5 and there's
Yeah.
no queen c6 because of
Right.
rook d8. So the bishop has no cool squares.
Yeah.
Where's the bishop? Maybe g6. Let's try g6. It's an ugly move instead of bishop c8.
But that hangs the knight on g4.
How?
Can we maybe just run through, just make sure that this is all forced? Like after rook e2?
Okay. Rook takes c5.
Rook c5. And then you got, once you say rook e2, you got to say rook d2.
Yeah, not much else we're doing here. And then bishop d2.
And bishop d2. Okay, so here it's two pieces hanging. The only thing would be maybe like c6 could throw a wrench,
Oh,
but
c6, I just take the knight and then I take the bishop. And I got three pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if not knight d5, I'm not seeing what else.
Yeah, me neither.
Okay, and then we got knight d4. So we can.
Knight d4, exactly mundo. And then here is the only move I can see for black is g6. It's really surprising, right? That bishop has no good squares. So.
Oh, Naka's about to play. What options does Naka have though other than bishop d1? Like why isn't that on the board already?
Because he's calculating also bishop e2. Okay, David, and after g6, I think bishop f3 is a hell of a drug. Bishop f... Well, maybe it's... Oh, gosh. Ooh, this is a spicy one. This is some spicy wings, man. This is some spicy wings.
Very spicy. Final season hot ones.
The knight on g4 could retreat to f6.
Okay, try that. And then I'm going to play bishop g5.
Ay, ay, ay. This is an unfair number of pins. Ridiculous. However.
Right? This is the heat.
However.
Uh-oh. I don't like howevers.
Before.
No way. Black's pinned up the wazoo here. There's no, however.
You could try queen f8, and then my default is rook d5.
Rook d5. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I don't have a lot of trump cards. I'm counting them, Jesse.
Uh-oh, yeah, I got a notification in our chat that Caro's doing the head nodding. He's going back and forth. He's doing the looking to the right, looking to the left, the squint.
Oh, he played rook c5.
And sometimes he looks directly at the camera, as in, this is good content.
Real quickly, DE. All right, we hit the phase of the game where they've both calculated the same line because they're now DE and rook e1, just quick.
DE rook e1. This is, oh my God, this is messy.
We didn't even get to this position yet, this rook e1 move. Ay, ay, ay. Currently equal numbers of things on the board, but so much hanging.
Yeah. Absolutely wild. 20 moves.
If knight d3, rook f5 defends the bishop. Ay, 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 ay. Knight d3 played.
D3 played.
Yeah, I think we're not ready to update our eval of unclear.
Rook f5, knight e1, queen e1, queen d3.
Oh, queen d3.
All right, we don't need to go there, but Jan is going full Tausch machine. Full Tausch machine.
Holy smokes. Oh, and Naka, rook f5. So Naka he's committed to his line. He's not double checking. He's not second guessing himself.
Oh, he already double checked.
He did it right. He spent 22 minutes on rook takes c5, and then he's following it with some confidence.
Yeah. But trying to figure out because like both players seem to think this is okay for them.
Mm-hmm. Queen
Maybe
d7
had no choice. Maybe Firouzja's just like
Queen d7, a chat suggestion here. You would think knight d4 for white then.
But then oh yeah, no, it's complicated. Then knight e1 and then c5 though.
But knight e1, queen e1, now c5, you have rook c5.
Oh, interesting. Okay,
right?
Okay.
So we have a look at this.
Ooh, Fabi played my b3 move. Thank you very much. I'm a GM today, buddy.
Chat gave you props for that a long time ago. b3, queen c7, rook e1. That's what I said, right? Just tie him up a little bit there. King f8, trying to hold that knight. Ooh, it's not pleasant, Jesse. This is definitely,
this looks like Naka's game against Fabi from the other day.
Definitely a peasant position.
Firouzja's thinking on this.
Oh, Firouzja went knight takes e1.
I was about to say he's thinking. No, he's not thinking. He's ready.
This makes more sense because you get your queen to d3, which stops at least stops knight fd4.
And take some territory, right? Take some territory.
Well, hold on. White has a choice here. You can go knight takes or queen takes.
Yes. But knight takes, I think, runs into queen d2 and rook a d8.
Black's just begging for more tempi for the rooks.
I don't know if that's
I don't know if that's a win or anything though,
yeah.
because I'm gonna move my bishop. You can bring your rook down, and I'll play f3.
Mm-hmm.
Bring my
Yeah.
king to f2, and then David likes to talk about how he embraces my coconuts, and
Mm-hmm.
that's kind of an embrace of the
That
coconut,
is that is an embracing situation. Wait, sorry, I put the wrong move on the board, folks. Knight takes. I just wanted to get a variation out here for people that you were talking about, so they could see it in real life. F3, and after king f2, it'll be the embrace of the coconut.
So the real, hardcore thing about this decision is maybe they're both fine for white. Maybe only one of them's okay, because you got to really go deep and figure out, well, what is the guy going to do to me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but maybe we should first ask Queen E1. Can we reject that because of Queen D3? One first move, by the way, is just Rook C5. Why am I in trouble?
Right. Simple. Okay, Rook AB8.
Rook AB who? 8, huh?
8. Yeah.
Rook AB8, I think, is going to be the big question in no matter which line we choose, whether it's Queen E1 or Knight E1.
Look at the live board, they say. We've got the live board, I
Yeah,
think,
we
here.
got the live board.
Yeah, knight takes C1, and then we're calculating how Hikaru is gonna recapture.
Speed Racer saying Ali Reza may have blundered. Yes, either of them may have blundered. Very possible. Super sharp position. I hope that you all at a moment like this appreciate not having the engine telling us if they did or didn't blunder, right? Like,
Yeah, don't get tempted, folks.
well, I mean, isn't this more exciting when we don't know who's winning here? When we don't know for certain? Knight takes E1 was played just now.
I mean, the way I would put it is like either black finds something or they're just toast.
Yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me if black has something. And I'll put it this way, a lot of times, let's say the queens come off. A lot of times the rooks can be better than the minors. But the question will be, is the pawn on E2 a liability or a strength? And black needs some tactical finesse to make it a strength, or else coming for the big embrace, boss.
Yep.
And that big embrace, it's going to really hurt if my king gets to F2.
Yeah, it's coming. We got a chat question about, is Queen H4 scary? So it's not so much to threaten F2 and H2, I don't think, because there is Bishop G3. I think it's all about going Rook D8 to D1 here, right? And black's probably planning to play Rook D8 with the queen just dangling, honestly.
That might be a good variation.
That's probably the idea, right? Because if queen takes D8 with a desperado, sell your queen as expensive as you can, the queen from H4 escapes. And, and if bishop takes queen, rook takes D2, actually your bishop can still support that knight without being at C3 maybe.
But one bummer there is that now if we play F3, he's got knight E3.
Mm-hmm. He had knight E3 in the other position too, no?
Well, this one comes with like a tempo on my coconut and all kinds of stuff. No, and the other one, my bishop's on F4.
Okay. Rook D5 ends the play, says Daschutz. So they had prepared for this with Rook D5 here.
And Firouzja would be like, man, I don't have anything.
I'm going to quit chess, Dad.
Dad, I'm quitting chess after this.
You guys are terrible, man. It's hanging out in Paris, dude. It wasn't a good... He could have chose any city. He chose the wrong city, man. Versace, come on, buddy.
They just want Firouzja to stay on stream with us for the whole show, Kostya. They're like, Kostya was good, but we prefer Firouzja Kostya.
I'll work on it. I do a pretty good Wesley, so I'll work on Firouzja.
Nice.
Oh, you guys have gotten to the point where I think Gukesh might be better.
Oh boy.
Good Lord. I would love to see that, but I would be surprised. Am I allowed to peek, or is chat going to yell at me about the
Yeah, let's let
Hikaru game?
Firouzja think for a sec.
We let
Let him
Firouzja
cook.
think. All right. What's going on over here? Bishop f1. Rook b6. Abjectly defending the indefensible d6 square. Rook's double. Black. Position groans. Rook moves.
Vision groans.
He's better here, Jesse?
But what is White doing?
I don't know. Keeping you abject, principally.
I don't know. I'd rather be black, man. We got those
Well-
pawns to look at. And we got that beautiful dark square. Bishop, my knight in f8 is a hero.
Rook wants to
Hero
go
that can't
to
move.
f3 probably. Rook f3 and then bishop h6 could be a threat.
Maybe. I mean, there's a lot of different moves here for black. Also, yeah, really interesting position.
If the bishop c5 were really good, White would just play bishop e3. I think White's keeping the bishop because, like Kostya said, they want to land a blow on the king side.
Mm-hmm.
Did we understand the knight h7 prep, Josh? No. Other than that, he had managed to predict a really long series of not obviously forced moves from Abasov. So he did a good job of getting a lead on the clock. Then his position was so bad that he spent his lead on the clock thinking about one move. 30 minutes.
I'm the only one who tried to defend Gukesh's position, dude.
Yeah. You're
I'm
the only one.
I'm still thinking it's viable.
Yeah.
And I think definitely he has a competitive advantage here. He's up a gazillion times on the clock, and it's hard. That bishop h6 stuff, yes, if I really, really allow it, but I got moves. I can move too.
Well, you can't
Yeah,
play
yeah,
bishop
there's-
f8, unfortunately, because the knight's already there.
Yeah, there's always queen b7 to mess with white.
I can play
I definitely
queen
don't
b7
think
right
this
now.
is simple. Yeah, even right away.
What's so cool about my knight too, it's just kind of like the way Fabi called the D file a chump file. We're calling it a chump file here too. I think queen b7 is the safe move, but Gukesh might come up with something else.
Because queen b7, maybe there's queen c4.
You might have to try something like queen c4. But the battle goes on. I could maybe play queen c6 then. I have no idea.
Yeah. 6. Definitely not easy position. And I can see Gukesh outplaying Abasov here, of course.
That's just your love of Gukesh talking.
No, it's kind of amazing. A lot of credit has to be given to stronger players. Like if I'm playing Abasov here, he crushes me. But him against Gukesh crushes, There's
Okay,
always
here's the subtle
something
move I
bigger.
need some help with. Maybe Fidel is in the chat can figure it out too. So king f8, and we're all wondering, like, it feels good for Fabi, but what do? Most chump GMs would just blow this immediately. He plays rook e3, boss.
Yes.
What is it about? Help me understand that move.
What do you mean? He can use the rook at f3 or g3 at some point.
So instead of doing 95 immediately, I'm doing it this way.
Yeah. Well, another option as well as knight e5, right, was knight d4, threatening the bishop.
Okay.
And then the bishop's got to go back to c8 as far as what I was seeing earlier when I looked at this move.
Uh-huh.
And
Okay, so we're saying like it's this really okay. So it's like the options of f3, g3, and maybe also saying it's obviously also saying black can't improve their position at all.
right.
Can't move the knight. Moving the bishop looks silly. Moving the rook, no one knows where to.
Right.
Queen d6, queen b6. In fact, any queen move, I guess queen b6 is a pain, except d7. On d7, we're just going to smack him probably with knight e5.
Yeah.
Okay, it's coming. I guess it's coming around. It's also a good time pressure move, right? You're just like, I'll just put this here and see what you do, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks unpleasant for Vidit.
That king f8 move, like, I want to get behind it, but he just pinned himself so bad, boss.
Yeah. Oh, it's tough. It's nagging pain. I've been in these kinds of positions with black where you don't know whether to bring your king to defend or if it's getting tied up, and you're contesting an e file. Should you use the king for it or not? Oh, that's a tough question when you're slightly worse. Yeah.
Okay, I predict Firouzja is going to go down right now. Like the time is going to really sink on this move.
Big prediction. Because if Nepo, let's say he draws, Naka wins, then they're tied. Fabi wins, he's half a point behind.
Mm-hmm.
And then Gukesh could win too.
Yeah.
Let's
Maybe
check
tie
it.
with Naka and Nepo.
And when I say that, I don't mean just because Firouzja has done this in the past. It's like you take on e1 and you don't really know which way white's going to recapture. So you don't know. You just feel to yourself, that's got to be the principal decision. I'll figure it out when I get there. And yeah, he knows he has to come up with something now or it's crispy critters. The embrace will happen.
Well, the commitment
Yeah.
here is he's got a rook and the e2 pawn against the knight and bishop. So that would be unclear in an endgame unless you just lose the e2 pawn.
Right, unless the big embrace comes.
Yeah. What about... No, it's not. It doesn't have the same impact here as before. There is a playoff in case of a tie. Yeah, they're not using some kind of weird, obscure tie break. I always find it a little bit weird if you've got the same number of whites and blacks and all the same opponents and they try to say there's some kind of a tiebreaker for this kind of round robin. But no, they're actually playing a rapid playoff on Monday if needed. So,
And by the way, remind me when Magnus won. When Magnus won his miracle candidates, and he came in, he won at the very end. Wasn't that also by tie breaks? I feel like that's my memory of it. It was a tiebreak.
Yeah, yeah, it was because he had better tie breaks than Kramnik. So it was super interesting because Kramnik was playing for a win with black. And if Magnus draws his game and Kramnik wins, then Kramnik wins. So Magnus started playing risky with black. And so if they both win, then Magnus wins. And then Magnus ends up losing. And now Kramnik just needs to draw to win the tournament. But he had already committed so much, he was already lost. And so he ends up losing too.
Yeah, that was insane, man. That was insane. Magnus, you hear that, buddy? We don't even respect your candidates win. Get back in here, buddy. Prove yourself.
prove yourself. Do you think you could win this tournament?
Well, it goes back to what Hammer was saying in that winning this tournament is way harder than winning the match.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, Nepo's like, he's got a face. Excuse me, Firouzja's got a face, dude.
I'm peeking at Pragg, folks. Yell at me if I'm wrong. C3 was played, like Jesse said, to defend d4. We got some tausching. The knight came around. Black almost got the e file.
Yeah, this is the kind of position over at the GM house with Friedel, man. He would call this equal, and I'd be like, come on, dude, it's obvious. Black has to be better. And he'd be like, it's relentless. What the white will equalize. And we just had these stupid semantic arguments all the time. But that's probably true. Like rook e1 is going to happen. And then the other rook is going to look for the Tausch machine. And then black will have some chances. He's basically he has to create some kind of chance while that's all going down.
So can I change this to equal or not?
Nope, black
Not
is
yet.
still a little bit better.
Okay.
I'm just telling you, Friedel in chat will say it's equal. I guarantee you that's his modus operandi. That's what he would say.
Yeah.
Vinay also. But Fidel, when I was the worst, dude, he would say everything's equal. Oh, Fidel's maybe saying black's a little bit better.
White's rook is pretty bad. What if white played with that pretty bad rook? The astonishing rook to e3.
Then you're just worse in a different way. Ooh, King E8 played by Vidit Dog. That's balls.
King
That's
E8?
balls.
What?
Oh, boy.
Are you serious?
He's exchanging one pin for another.
Did it. What is he running to C8?
Maybe. I didn't
yeah.
think of it, but maybe that's what he's doing, dog.
The bishop already needs that c8 square.
No, come on. It's King D7, knight E5 check, King C8, knight takes F7.
Yeah.
Not possible.
Okay, but I think one crazy idea is if knight D4, which is a natural move, then black tries queen D6.
Right there, huh?
Ooh, but then I have knight takes E6. Welcome to the dojo.
Yeah.
So that didn't work.
I don't know if that's...
So what is the intention on knight D4 of black?
Good question.
Maybe the sad bishop C8? I don't know.
If his king wasn't on F8, he could go rook D4 and knight F5. Okay, anyways, bishop.
Mm-hmm.
Here it's really bad. Knight D4.
The other
Normally
thing
you play
about
bishop
knight D4,
c8. I mean, that's just the basic move. So let's just play it.
the other thing about White's position is I don't think he has to do anything. I don't think he has to do anything. I don't think King E8's, I don't think it's doing nothing.
Okay, and here, as white, you can play bishop f5.
If you were insane, you don't play bishop f5, dude. Rook D1 is happening to you.
What? We've got knight d4, bishop c8 on my
Oh,
analysis.
I'm sorry.
So my thought is, if queen d6, I trade, take on c8, you take on d4, bishop takes b7, right? Like a fox in a coconut house.
Fox in a coconut house, dude. Also, knight d4, bishop c8, knight f5 looks pretty mean too.
Also what?
Knight d4, bishop c8, knight f5 also looks kind of concerning.
Knight f5, huh? Just trading bishop for knight.
Well, then I don't know how you stop queen h7 and all that stuff.
Okay, against my bishop f5, chat wants to go rook takes d4. And I don't actually have bishop c8 because of rook d1 back rank mate. And then I have to go queen d4, then go bishop f5, queen takes g7. And looks pretty tough for black still, doesn't it?
Still feels nice for white, yeah, I would think.
Looks pretty
Okay,
tough.
can anyone explain this king e8? Like, yeah, are we doing anything?
Waving a red flag.
We're definitely waving a red flag, yep.
Oh, I think Josh suggested maybe rook d6 as black's next move. Maybe that's something. And then
And
you
maybe
can
even on knight d4, you'd play rook d6 or something?
I don't know. I mean, that looks really loose to me.
But also on rook d6, you have to contend with queen. I guess your intention then is queen e5, f6. That's not too pleasant for a peasant.
Yeah.
Looks like a lot of risk. But Fabi's thinking a while about this. It's not obvious.
Mm-hmm.
Well, oh, it looks like knight d4 was. Wait, let me refresh. Oh, that was my move.
Yeah. Okay, action on these other boards too. So Firouzja and Naka, queen trade, rook d8, bishop c3. We had this position earlier. We got here. We played rook d1, f3. He's played rook d1 as well, just now.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe the Vidit's point was he has queen d6 now because there's no more rook d3.
But when I play queen b6, the problem with queen d6 has actually always been queen b6.
Or just queen b6.
Yeah.
And then rook d3
But
is still
maybe though,
back,
maybe go like queen d6, queen b6, bishop c8. Maybe that's his intention.
Yeah, we could try to update the evaluation on the Naka board so that people know what's going on if they just tune in. If you're
I think
just
we
tuning
should
in
say
and you don't know
at
what
least
this is,
white better. Yeah, because
it's the candidates tournament. Naka is chasing here. He's chasing Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's only half a point behind at this point, right? If my sanity is still there and my standings are right, only
And
half a point behind.
let's say the obvious thing here, right? So he's calculating, we'd like to play f3, but the grief with f3 is how do we feel about letting the knight into e3?
right.
I honestly, like, I don't even see how black does anything. We should also mention that since black isn't threatening anything, I don't think we could also just play h3 now.
Oh, and send the
And
knight
then
off in a bad direction. Wow.
yeah, tell that knight he's a chump, and then
Yeah.
we'll play f3.
Yeah.
So there's two choices there. And with even inviting the knight in, I still don't see really how he touches my nuts. But I'd rather not allow the dude in.
Oh, but the knight can go through e5 or f6 because of the bishop on c3 is not really there. This bishop is busy on e1, right? So he can't, I don't think he wants to play something like h3, knight e5, and the knight goes to d3. He's played f3.
Oh, yeah, good. F3. So here, that was my expectation. And so we're going to see knight e3. And then I'm assuming rook c5.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And then black has to find some juice.
The reason he might not go knight e5 here, Abdul, is that here after knight e5, rook e5, there isn't back rank mate. So the white king can come to f2.
Wait. Knight e5 is a move. Hold on.
It is.
Knight e5 is a move, of course. Come on, Kraai. Pull it together.
Why?
Oh, yeah, but we just go king f2 immediately on knight e5, right?
Why not rook takes the knight?
Why are you doing that? Because then he... Okay, let me see if I understand what you're saying. So rook takes, bishop takes, and then rook e1. King f1. That's the kind of position I'm not sure you're going to win, boss, after, say, rook g1.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I'm going to win either.
But let me ask a boneheaded question.
Oh, and Friedel, yeah, he's got a saucy move. Rook d1 with the idea of rook d5. But I've got bishop c3, actually. So, yeah, that didn't work out.
Anyway, that rook g1 is probably better for black even.
Yeah, the rook g1 move was pretty good. But
okay, wait, let's think about
So
this.
I thought white was winning there after rook g1, king e2. Why would this be not?
Well, he's got rook g2 and his rook's the beast.
Yeah, but again, we've got an even
Hitting
better
what, though?
move. Guys, bishop c3, not giving the g-pawn.
Okay.
Fair enough.
And white's winning.
So, all right. So, by the way, this is a big decision for Firouzja. So, knight. Okay, so we're saying knight e5, and you just want to take the dude. And so our problem is, if we played king f2, then rook e1 looks like a pain, right? That's the issue, right?
See.
Although I suppose you could then still play rook takes e5. And
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So king f2, Rook E1, Rook E5. Welcome to the dojo. Because Rook F1, I have King E2.
Yeah.
Hmm. Oh, it's the
Taste
same lines as
these
before.
nuts. These nuts.
All you've done is transpose to the line we were already looking at.
No, boss, I improved it dramatically. Knight E5, King F2. Boom. Nothing.
93. Oh, Firouzja gave Naka a
It
look.
was
Oh, he gave him a look?
He gave him a look. He was like, I don't want these nuts. I want 93.
You
I'll
got
take
the
your
voice
nuts,
down pretty good,
Naka.
dude. I'm going to say you got the voice pretty good.
I'll work on it. I'll work on it.
So, what is the intention? Let's ask. Oh, wait, we got to play Rook C5, I think, right?
all right. So Rook C5 was the basic move. Right? Rook C5 was the basic move. The insane move would be knight takes C7.
Such madness didn't even cross my field of dreams.
Yeah.
But maybe.
I'm always looking for one more coconut because I grew up with such bad endgame technique, you know. I needed them all.
Maybe knight takes C7, actually. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Okay, Bruce. Knight takes C7. Let me try Rook E7.
Sure.
Then what do you want to do? Rook C5 then?
Yep. Gladly.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, then we just put up the glory of your move, knight C7, to me anyways. Oh, is it the glory? Is that then if Rook C8, you have Rook E5.
Mm-hmm.
And you're touching all of these nuts.
Sure.
Okay, good.
But yeah,
Rook's my
I'll
C5
put it. I'll
was
put it on the
best.
board so people can see the point.
Yeah.
We poke the rook, and it's got to decide. You know, is it on the back rank? Is it on the E file or whatever, right? And then we put the rook on the E file, poke the knight, collect the E pawn, back rank mate protecting the other knight, and we just ate 2 pawns, right? So that's like cleanup feel. Even Friedel likes the knight on C7.
If Friedel likes it, dude, then it's probably crispy critters.
Friedel always liked, you know, concrete.
Oh, he's reaching.
variations.
A lot of time, you know, Naka reaches, and then it's like another 5 minutes.
And then he
later,
Yeah, he likes to faint.
Yeah.
Firouzja's back down. Oh, we got to just say the obvious. He's down below a minute to move.
Yeah. Very
That
low.
famous situation.
Very low. Anybody else as desperate as him on their clock? We got Pragg with 8 minutes, but he's at move 38, so it's a whole different feeling. Not a lot of moves to play. Pretty simple position.
Yeah, he's safe.
Let's see. Rook F4, B5, trying to open a front. G4, also trying to find space for the rook. B3. Oh, man. It's looking equalizer and equalizer.
He's got Nepo's got a good Tausch machine skills, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. Whenever you guys are ready to call this one equal, I'm already there.
Let's give the kid a couple more moves, okay?
Yeah.
Let's see what he's got.
Whoo! Fabi introduced another pin on the game with
Oh,
Vidit.
no, not another one, dude.
Another one.
Yeah, Fabi's game is interesting. Actually, I was just thinking if Vidit now goes like Queen D6,
Mhm.
and there's C5. And then on Queen D5, Rook E5.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Or maybe
That's
you can go Queen D5, Rook E5, Queen D7, not
That's
running into Knight E5.
that's some evil geometry. And here. And we still need the breakthrough, right? We're still working on it.
Like Knight G5 could be a move. It's
You know what? In that
I've been
final
wanting that,
position-
yeah.
In that final position, he could play knight G5.
Right here.
yeah. I said that. David said that. You said that. Josh said that.
Okay.
Everyone's on board with Knight
Everyone
G5.
likes it.
I'm sorry.
No, it's good.
No, all good.
Everyone likes it. And then the move I was thinking black was more likely to play than queen d6. There was something I thought of here.
Oh, and I just want to point out, if king f8,
I thought
then
king
I think
f8.
the idea is rook e6 and knight e5.
And here I thought that the knight g5 move doesn't work because black is covering knight g8, right? So Kostya says, sack it. Oh my God, Kostya.
Are we sure? Let's make sure about this. So king f8,
Yeah.
rook e6, fe, knight e5, and then knight f5.
Mm-hmm. And then I feel like we have options here. Maybe not.
Yeah, I don't see it yet.
Okay, we got to slip in. Queen g6. Our knight's hanging. Ah, what can we do?
Yeah,
it's too late.
Not quite there.
Man, I was so ready for that to be brilliant, guys.
Yeah, it looks
so
good.
ready.
Oh, Naka play knight c7. Nice.
Yeah. Kostya on king f8 though. Yeah, on king f8 we might be. Oh, I don't know. Never mind. Take it all back. Take it all back.
Naka's ready to collect the resignation, my friends.
Oh, Naka played knight c7, buddy. Dang.
Right, oh, we got a queen trade over here.
Very surprising, yeah. Firo, like this e-pawn doesn't seem to be enough for black.
Goodness, Gukesh might be a pawn up. This is not.
Oh boy.
All right, so we got this rook e7 move as we expected.
Rook e7.
Oh, and Gukesh, all these games are on fire.
Yeah.
Did our boy Gukesh win a pawn? It looks like he did, dude. Are you ready to admit that black is better?
Black's better. We're gonna have to switch that. I mean,
buddy, you guys were making fun of Gukesh in this little funky opening all day long, and this is what you get.
Black better, white better, black better, white better.
Stopping all this stuff, dude.
Dang.
Come on.
So now white's got to play bishop e3, right? I mean, how long is he gonna hold on to this bishop on f4?
I don't know, dude, but it's pain. It's now officially pain for the rest of time for Mr. Abasov, and he's running low. They're both running low on time.
Yeah.
All these 4 games are headed, well, except for Pragg, it's just deep.
They've got 11 moves to go. I would again argue, my fellow senseis, that this Pragg game is just dead equal now. No, the king's a little bit further up the board. You guys won't agree yet.
No, not yet, but
yeah.
Until your rook. Okay, so we can say just chump chess here. We can say my knight's better, my rook's better, my king's better, and my pawn structure is arguably better too.
I don't know if you can claim the rook one, but yes, the pawn structure and the king, I suppose.
And the knight.
Your king's not really centralized. I mean, white's king is c2 d3.
All right, so we had this thing where it was knight c7, rook e7. And we were anticipating now the banal rook c5 here. But there's also rook rook b5 just seems weird.
Yeah.
Rook a5 seems like a computer move. So rook c5 is a normal person's move.
Rook a5?
Not rook a5, excuse me. I take it back.
Okay. It's got to be rook c5 more or less, right? How we could get a 3-way tie cosine would be if Hikaru wins and Gukesh wins and Nepo draws. But I think Gukesh still has a long way to go because he's got a bad knight on f8 versus a long-range bishop, and there's tension, but it's interesting. There's potential there. And we've been following it the least of all the games at this point, I feel like, so we don't really know too precisely what's happening.
But other 2 results seem quite likely at this point.
Yeah, the Nepo game looks very likely drawn to me. And
Bobby,
Naka looks winning.
Okay. King f8, queen c5 happened in Fabi's game. So Fabi just repeated on him, made him take a minute or 2 to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
And then king e8 instantly. Vidit's body language is defeatist, dude. It's not good. Ooh, and now g4. I like it. Just build the position, Fabi.
Wow.
Maybe we can make that dude happen. Someday that guy can do something for us.
Beautiful. Like go to g5 in the queen h5, king f8 position or something.
And also there's positions where we needed king g2 when the rook d1 came downtown.
Yeah, no more back rank mates. Oh, this is a dirty move. The feel of this position the last 5 moves or so, it feels like a Catalan to me, Jesse. The sort of like massage and slowly some threats on the king side.
Well, it feels to me like a dude who put himself under a couple pins. That's what it feels like to me, man.
That
You know, and then Bruce was making fun of me the other day when we went to the queenless ending about, keeping the king in the center. And here I'm like, buddy, queens are on. It's time to be back on G8. What are you doing, man? Go back. Go back.
Ay. Black is really squeezed.
Dude, he looks like he's about to cry or something, man. It's rough. This tournament's got some real personal drama going.
Yeah.
Did you say this tournament's gotten personal?
It's got personal drama.
Personal drama, yeah.
Yeah. And I think you're ready, dude, to be the Firouzja impersonator because you got that voice down, dude.
Yeah.
I've never heard you do voices before, and that one's solid, man. That's
Oh yeah, I just practice them in my spare time.
Yeah. If chess gets a little bit bigger, they'll have Kostya on whenever they need Firouzja on Saturday Night Live. They'll like have Kostya just ready to be the guest.
Come in. I gotta fix the hair though, because he does this thing where it's like all in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Not that easy. I need to up my fashion game. Yeah, it's a lot of work.
A lot of work still. A lot of work.
at least I have the voice.
All right.
Oh, Vida made an active move. Queen f4, I think.
Oh yeah, there's a spot.
Yeah, do text to speech for Firouzja. We could try that.
What does Black want to do?
I mean, what else do you want him to do with? You're talking about about Vidit's game.
Mm.
So I think Fabi's default move could just be the boneheaded King G2, which would introduce Rook E4. I'm sure he's got other thoughts too. King G2. Oh, I'm a GM today. That's a nice time pressure move too, because it's just like, what do you want, boss? I'm building. What are you doing?
Yeah. For anyone like Kyle who's just tuning in, we really like white here too. And we've got 3 or 4 players chasing Nepo for a spot in the World Championship match against Ding. Nepo's looking pretty equal today. So Naka, Gukesh, or Fabi could make up ground with a win. You can see the standings right over here, I think. I don't know which way's which. Yep, got it. See that we got 2 players half a point behind Nepo. Naka, particularly, I think his game looks pretty much winning right now.
Well, we should update it until Firouzja shows us something.
Yeah? Are you
say
down
white
with
winning.
that? Rook C5 was played, and I'm like, white's playing King F2, right? Was Nepo's French prep the saddest you'd ever seen? He definitely started out in a very solid mode at first. But Pragg spiced it up immediately.
So here's a thought. So one bummer about Black's position that I see is we would like to maybe move the rook somewhere, the D1 rook, to like C1 or B1, so that on King F2, we could play knight D1. But if we move it to B1 or C1, then white has knight D5.
Mm-hmm.
And white's threatening knight D5, by the way, right away, and that's why F6 finally got played by Firouzja. So what I'm trying to say is I don't see what Black's threat would be right now if it was Black's move. See, because he goes rook c1 b1, I got knight d5. If he goes, I don't know where else, I'm moving my coconuts.
Yeah. No, I don't think he has anything. I'd say he's lost.
Yeah, Trace, we talked a lot about Gukesh's opening, and I think to sum it up, it would be like a don't try it at home kind of.
Yeah. I mean, I always say you can do anything you want, but you would have to articulate what the point of your move is, right? Like, you're in this position here. You got 2 pieces developed out of 7, right? And you play h6. I mean, yeah. I think you can play anything as long as you can explain in words or ideas why you're playing it.
Naka played bishop b4. So this allows the rook backward mobility.
Mm-hmm.
Does it really threaten anything? I don't know. Stops any kind of knight c2 stuff.
Can Firo go knight c2? Yeah, so the rook's covering it now, but even previously, knight c2 wasn't crushing in any way because white had the move king f2.
Right.
Right, just coming holding e1 and e2. So let's forget about, knight d5 and other tactics for the moment, but just in general, the king was close enough to come here and just kind of hold the squares, and you can't increase the pressure with black anymore. One guy needs to defend the pawn, the other guy needs to try and get around, but you can't. So, yeah.
Oh, Naka looks very comfortable right now.
Yeah.
He's just like relaxing. He's already writing the recap. You just tell me.
That's a dangerous thing. Don't write it yet, buddy.
Yeah, in fact, I often have to catch myself during the game. As soon as I start eulogizing the game, I'm like, stop it, get back in, focus. Ooh. All 4 games. Normally at this point we have a couple of games like more or less decided.
Exactly, yeah.
Does rook a2 clean up Gukesh's extra pawn here? Nijat has been really obstinate about not trading the dark squared bishops. He preferred to trade a rook, right, rather than the bishop. A few moves back.
Wait, you guys are saying black is better in this one?
Technically, they're up a pawn, yeah.
What was the response to rook a2?
I don't know. That's what I was asking. Maybe bishop
First thing
b6.
would be bishop b6, yeah.
So bishop b6, then rook b2.
Bishop d8.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then let's say...
Because he's like, got it. That looks really good for you.
Let's say rook b7.
Now I don't want to claim at all that black is like winning, but it's black is the one with the outside pass pawn.
I know it reminds me of like the Vidit Nepo position yesterday, and this looks like a lot more than what Vidit had.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Vidit was winning at some point, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I just feel like that position black was also a pawn up, but we didn't seem to care because white was very active.
Yeah.
And it looks like white is super active here, especially bishop on e4. I feel like
here's an improvement,
strong.
Kostya, over Jesse's bishop d8. A dramatic improvement. The knight comes out.
7. Yeah, but rook d2.
Oh no, but then we have knight c5. Good move.
Knight c5. Okay. Okay, fair enough.
Now we're coming out. Now we're in the game.
I trusted Kostya. He wasn't going to allow that, but he did.
Okay, so that's why rook a2 is maybe not a big deal. It's like your rook is preventing knight d7, right? So, but if you don't do it, I mean, he's just running to a3.
I'm running the pawn, yeah, buddy.
Eventually, you have to
Oh,
do
this
it.
looks really bad, Kostya.
Really?
Well, what
Well,
do you
I don't
do?
know. I feel
Okay,
like
let me
white's got
think.
enough, but the default is certainly the extra pawn at the moment.
And dude's got a minute to move right now.
All right, how about rook b2? Well,
Okay,
then
Sorry.
a4.
A4. Yeah.
A5, rook b2.
A4 is a hell of a drug, dude.
a4 is a problem. All right, all right, all right. I'll go. Hmm, yeah, can't find anything. Bishop c2 maybe.
Bishop c2. When?
Right now, I think is what he
Instead
wants.
of any rook moves.
Instead of any rook
Live
moves, right?
position. Yeah.
Yeah, so just
Yeah,
blockade that pawn.
maybe something like that. Yeah.
Um,
Oh, Firouzja does not look happy, dude. Oh, it's that cologne he's wearing. It stinks, dude.
how do you know he's wearing cologne?
Ah, yeah, those Versace boys. Bishop C2, you guys. Who was
Yeah,
that?
you
Costa said it?
Yeah, that's a
Nice.
strong move.
smell it through the video. Oh, Bishop c2. Man, I wish I knew what Abasov's voice sounded like. But fortunately, I've never heard him talk. To watch one of his videos.
Yeah, so big moment actually for Gukesh. Can he make something of this? And let's say the obvious, we need to fix our knight, boss. If we could get our knight out, we'd
Yeah.
all be feeling a lot better about ourselves.
How about g5, getting the knight out?
Well, worst case scenario, he wins a pawn.
I try it. I want to get out. What would you play as white? En passant?
Oh, I
Yeah.
guess, dude, I would take your pawn and first just see what you got because it doesn't seem like you
Okay.
got much.
I
But
take with knight.
Let's say Bishop g6, Bishop h6.
I push.
so just that.
Anyone will do to avoid the rematch, right, Hosepud? Anyone who's willing to win a couple games will back them. I only got one, but I'm going to push it.
So in this position, Bruce, I would play rook a2,
Yep. I push.
and then bishop c1.
Bishop c1. I've only got like one mode, Jesse, right? So I go rook d8.
You could try okay, rook d8, and then if I play okay, what is the body count here? So I
Oh, you've got king g2, you jerk.
well, you know what you could do that's better maybe
Yeah.
is play rook b8.
I found it too, yeah. We have not, Lumbra. We've just had too much action over here in the
Now,
chase.
actually, help me understand. Wait, I need help understanding Naka's h4, dude.
Okay.
It's like a nonchalant little pawn move. Ah, h4, buddy. What do you want? Maybe
I
that's
think-
one of his, like, when he does his recap, he's like, I didn't want to fall behind in time. I knew he couldn't do much, so I just pushed my pawn. And Firouzja has to spend minutes on it and finds h5.
I mean, this one could get a little hot. They got to make 10 more moves. Naka
Yeah.
only has 15 minutes. So
Okay,
by his
Naka
newfound
finally plays
standards-
king f2.
Finally plays
Yeah.
the obvious.
Now, the only issue with this king f2 move is like at some point we're going to get whacked by knight d1. Actually, you know, another clever thing about bishop b4 is it gets out of the way of the knight d1 business.
Yeah,
Now
rook
he
b1
moves the
play.
rook. Firouzja's got very little time, but he doesn't need
Naka's
much time. Like it
Can he
almost
play
just
knight
frees him
d5?
up.
There it is. We've been seeing this all along. I don't know what the significance of h4 was.
Oh, this move looks killer. Hang on, what's he doing? Knight d1 check, I guess. Yeah, knight d1 check.
Yeah, but look at this, buddy. I'm going to go king g3, and my coconuts are going to start dancing all over your face, dude.
Maybe that's
Look at
why
that
f3 and h4 was so good.
maybe there's some secret sauce there. I don't see it, but yeah.
Well, at least on knight d5, rook d5, he's hitting a pawn. So he's not just losing the b pawn. But yeah, check and
Nice.
king g3.
Yeah.
4 minutes for Firouzja.
That rook needs to move. So the bummer I'm seeing for black is like, uh, well, there's all kinds of new moves next. Like rook c2 is a basic move for white,
Mm-hmm.
you know? A rook c2 is a hell of a drug, dude. And what do you want to do?
Maybe he'll play rook takes b2 in response.
Oh yeah, dude, Firouzja's got he's got 30 seconds to move at this point.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Dude, Naka's putting on a run, man. He's been just winning game after game.
Yeah. Huge second half.
Yeah, Naka's tournament. It started out with an outrageous loss as white to Vidit in round 2. Just incomprehensible.
No, it
Then-
wasn't incomprehensible. That was an amazing game that Vidit played. What do you mean incomprehensible?
Well, I mean, like Naka got beat in like 20 moves. It looked really bad, no? By him?
He's going to come to the dojo and we're going to teach him how to develop his pieces, but that's another story.
Okay. Anyway, it looked like a fairly not ideal game from his side. Then he won a game against Firouzja in a risky endgame by reading the opponent to go through the first half 1-1. And then he beat Fabi to get to +1, start the second half, but lost to Vidit again the next day, leaving him still on an equal score before winning 2 games in a row heading into today. This would be 3 in a row against, strong GMs. That's a lot.
We just went rook e5. And Naka was like, isn't rook c7 just winning?
Really giving him the face, too.
Yeah, Naka's like, wait, what am I missing here? Rook c7.
I don't know what else he wants to do besides rook e5.
I was thinking like rook d7, but black's position looks tough.
Oh, yeah.
Chat wants to know if Fabi's winning.
Let's look at Fabi
Yeah.
because this knight c6 thing was uncorked, and Fabi has to worry about his rook getting hosebutted on c5.
Well, he's got rook d5 at least.
Right, so he's got rook c5, rook d5, and rook h5. Rook d5 feels convincing.
Mm-hmm. It looks like Vidit is somewhat desperately giving this pawn rather than enthusiastically giving this pawn.
But Fabi has to be careful because my Mexican friend told me once that rooks in the center are shit.
Yeah. And even if he wins this pawn, the game's not over.
Right.
His king, he's had to in order to squeeze, he's advanced those pawns, so there's some holes around the king. The queenside pawn structure is not obviously healthy. So in answer to the question, is Fabi winning? Too early to tell. He's better, but
Rook d5 played.
you know what else got played, Jesse?
What's that, bud?
G5 by Gukesh.
You guys are geniuses, man.
Yeah. HG knight G6. Hello.
He didn't
I
want to
come
do
out.
it. He didn't want to do it. This is the way. This is the path, though. To maybe we had to do something. We just had to break it out. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Fantastic. All right. Everything's so exciting except, I guess, Pragg versus Nepo. Let's see if anything's still going on there. One repetition.
Pragg is really tanking. Pragg wants it, dude. It's not like a kid doesn't want it.
Yeah, he's thinking about whether to repeat or not.
All right.
By the way, we got thunderstorms here in St. Louis.
Oh, look at this. He brought the blockading knight out. That is not what we expected.
Yeah,
From
we got a
Naka.
couple blockaders. I guess that works, though.
Wow.
And then he just retreated the rook back. Oh, man. Dude, he's touching everything. The b2 and e1, e5.
He's got pieces everywhere, but I mean, as long as that pawn's on e2, it's still sort of scrappy.
But now, isn't rook c7 really a hell of a drug?
Rook c7 looks playable. I don't know about drugs.
But then where does king go?
G8.
Knight e7?
I don't know. King.
Or
Oh, you're
rook
gonna go to
e7
f5
too might
instead.
work too. I mean, both those moves look like hella drugs, dude.
Okay.
Rook
Okay.
e7, bang. Take it easy, Bows.
We don't know the Stockfish eval on Hikaru Lustini. We don't want to
No
know.
engine stream. No engine.
Makes it
No
less
engine
interesting
lines.
to know for us.
Or evals, please.
And there's no questions left, or much less questions. But you can see our guess is that Hikaru has a decisive advantage. We think he's winning at this point. The other game's not decided yet.
Okay, so yeah, in Fabi's game, we got the predicted rook e7 move. And if Fabi just can consolidate this position, I think I would start saying it's winning. And He's got several moves here. You could play queen c3, queen d3. Maybe there's some other move too. Queen c3 looks the most appetizing, just to ask a question. But I think what Vidit's game plan is just to say, look, buddy, your rook is a little tied. Not to say that he's equal or yada yada. And maybe someday Vidit would like to play queen f4 and bishop g4. But after queen c3, you got to first play f6, I think. Oh, but then I got like maybe bishop g6 and bishop f5 stuff. Oh,
This rook doesn't really have a way back out just yet.
Queen c3 play. I'm a GM today, boss. Yeah.
Wait, can we go to Firouzja? Because he's got 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And Naka
Alright.
just play bishop e1. And trying to figure out knight b2. He wants like rook b5.
Jeez,
Jeez,
I
Naka,
think.
take it easy, man.
that's pretty concrete.
That's some cold sauce.
Knight b2, rook b5, knight d3, rook b1.
Hey. Knight b2 played.
Oh, Firouzja took.
The dude only had a minute left.
Naka's like, I thought I had rook b5 here. And like, we also thought that Naka.
And he might have rook b5 here.
Maybe rook d8 in response. No, then just knight b2. No, yeah, rook d8 in response.
Mm-hmm.
We can also play rook c7 check and then rook b7.
Yep.
And
Rook
then
d8 is there knight c3?
well, also I have knight e7 check because your king is getting hosed. I think. Mr.
So rook b5,
Okay,
rook...
so you did play rook b5. And I think, by the way, when rook d8 goes down, I can also play rook b7 then. All right, 1 minute left. 5 minutes, 5 moves to go.
So rook d1 also could be a move here. But 1 minute for Firouzja, 5 moves. Oh boy.
Also on rook d8, we could rook d1 played.
Rook d1. Okay.
This is just crispy critters now, my friends. Now you know what's going to happen? We're going to snuggle up against that pawn.
But black is hitting the a pawn as well. If we lose a3, this becomes super hard, right?
Okay, Kraai. Rook d1 is annoying. Oh, fine. He might have missed that move, actually.
People always miss stuff against Firouzja at this point.
Okay.
Naka's got a lot of time. It's weird because I am getting the feeling like I couldn't win this position. I'd mess it up.
Oh, dude, this rook d1 kind of might spoil my party.
It was my only chance in the position. It's rook d1.
Okay, but hold on. How about this goes here? Rook b2, rook d3, and I just play knight f4 and take your pawn. You take my a pawn, I take your h pawn, but I'm gonna snuggle up against your e pawn.
Oh, you're taking the h pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe, but I guess I would think it's still like a super long journey to win.
Mm-hmm.
But should be technically winning, I think. Also, when I take on h5, I do have a pretty nice attack on your business. Okay, it happened.
Rook b2, rook d3, yeah. And is a4 not a move? Oh, no, sorry, knight's saying.
Back to the miserable
Rook
king.
check.
So we're anticipating king. Oh, this might be nice. Okay, so now in addition to knight f4, he's got. Oh, there's no rook a3, boss. Oh, yes, there is.
There is.
Oh, yes. No. So knight f4, rook a3, then I go knight e2.
Yeah.
Ooh.
But then he just leaves your knight on e2, right? And plays like king f8 or g8, sorry. And you've done this
But
to
also,
yourself.
I mean, Jesse's just knight f4, knight h5 is stronger now because he's hitting g7.
Yeah.
And if white could just hold the bishop with king f2 and then black has no counterplay,
Right.
then this knight f4, knight h5 looks really strong.
Mm-hmm.
And you better take my a pawn, or I'm gonna take your a pawn.
Yeah. Live position, by the way, folks, is this after king f8. Hikaru thinking a little bit.
3 moves to make for dude in 47 seconds.
Could he play bishop b4 check, sink the knight on e7, and bring the king back to f2? And keep that a pawn on the board. Sweet, sweet a pawn.
That makes me real nervous, but that is exactly the kind of weird thing that Naka might do.
Yeah. So just to show you guys, folks, like this, he can't use bishop b4 check secretly to protect the pawn because black queens after you take the rook on a3. But if he gives check first, he can get control of e7, sink the knight in, and then bring the king to deal with this pawn and try and hold the knight on this square here. Yeah, it seems possible.
Cameron, thank you for the raid. Hello, folks. It's very spicy right now. We're at top spiciness. This game,
Spiciness across the games except for the Pragg game, I guess.
Bobby
Pragg's
Vitt, yeah,
going
they
for
got
it,
to
by
make
the
a
way.
couple moves.
Pragg went
was
for
going
it. He didn't. Yeah, Pragg went for it, dude. This is maybe bad news for the tournament, dude, because
Yeah.
it could end the same way the vid had ended.
He just spent 17 minutes. He's down to 15 minutes, and what's he gonna do? Ay. Don't stop trying to be a hero. Stop trying to be a hero. Nijat did not take the pawn, guys. That's how strong G5 was.
Dang.
He just played King G2 and let Gukesh get his king off the back rank too. Knight's in the game. Bishop's got a square on B4. Oh my god. There's some chances here for black.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's some chances.
Rook
There's
D8,
some chances.
simple and true. Simple and true. This is just pure pain for white now, isn't it? Because the bishop on A4 is not a good bishop. Yes, it's stopping my pawn for the moment, but it don't play.
Yeah, and that knight could transfer, for example, to D4 at some point using the forks, because the white king has to stick to the light squares. He can't really live on a dark square right now.
Naka's making little sad faces like I'm confused. What happened?
Oh yeah, Naka's been, yeah, he's very upset.
Live position is still here. Okay, so he's questioning it all. Panda had a suggestion of playing A5 at the end of that line, but I didn't really follow why A5. Whoops, sorry, wrong line. King F8. Let's go bishop B4. Do you guys see like how a5, what it's doing? Oh, it's just to maybe it's just to trade a pawns. Maybe it's just to trade a pawns.
Mm-hmm.
As simple as that. If that's the case, then I get it. Knight to c3, best move. Sure.
That seemed way too categorical. I'm timing it out.
It's got a couple moves left.
Gukesh is just on top of that engine prevention. Engine prevention. What does he go for? King f2. He's trying to embrace the pawn, but look, he hasn't taken e2, a7, or h5. He can't decide.
Oh. Firouzja has to make 2 moves here.
He'd love to save that
makes
h5
one.
pawn, but I'm not sure how.
A5.
Oh yeah,
Naka adjusting.
yeah. The white miners are gonna hate that a pawn. Ay, ay, ay. Should we downgrade this to a white advantage?
buddy.
Yeah, I think white better now.
White
yeah, I wouldn't
better.
say white's winning.
Is not over anymore. He like Firouzja's rook somehow rampaged 2 queenside pawns. It doesn't seem possible. We're gonna downgrade this, folks.
Something went wrong for Naka last several moves. But he's gonna take on. No, he went rook a7.
Rook a7. Okay, now we get to time control.
Mm-hmm.
Not
Rook
yet for
A7 is very
Firouzja, though.
expensive.
Not
He
yet for
doesn't
Firouzja.
take anything. Yeah, Firouzja needs to make a move.
He cannot play rook e5. We are threatening rook a5. Would that be a winning position? Probably
Is
not if we play rook
A4
a5.
possible? A4?
I mean, it depends if the h pawn's savable, right,
Mm-mm.
Jesse?
Okay, rook a4 played.
6 seconds, 5. He's got to go.
Oh, he's trying to
Rook
get
A4
one
is
more
a-
pawn off the board here on h4.
You didn't know the cappy if you're going rook a4. Yeah, Firouzja, you got to leave yourself with more time.
You tell him, boss.
That's how it works.
Oh, Naka, buddy, you're stinking up the joint.
Well,
All right,
Naka
G3
still
play.
playing quickly, even though he just made the time control. G3.
But g3, I don't know what else he's supposed to do.
Well, he could think
True.
and then maybe play g3. That's what you always tell Nepo to do.
Yeah, think about it for a little bit.
All right, you guys, let's think about it for a second. We are going to win the h5 pawn. It's hard for black to advance the a pawn. And so white has to come up with a way to, he wants to keep the rook. I think we want to keep the rooks on the board, and we have to create an attack against the black king for this to work. And winning the h pawn will help us in our attack. Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, I guess I would say white has the advantage, but it's yeah. Oh man, Firouzja, dude.
Yeah, magic.
I think with Fabi, it's either clearly better or just winning. Is going to be my verdict over there.
So let's see. Have they made time control? It looks like it. So a couple moves. Queen d6. Rook h5. Struggling for air. f6. Bishop g6. Sure. Queen e3. Vidit's king finally makes it across. Now you understand king f8.
Made it.
And made it all the way to b8. Jeez. That was a run. That was a good run.
Oh boy, what a round.
I think a big question for me is can Fabi play bishop e4? Or maybe not, because I was thinking bishop e4, bishop g4, bishop c6, but since rook e7 controls b7, he just takes our rook, bishop h5. So no lo bueno. So Fabi does have a problem. He does have a problem to solve here.
Mm-hmm. the rook that can't get back into the circuit, right?
You guys have been making fun of my Mexican friend, but he's right, man. Rooks in the center are shit. Yeah, I think everybody's gonna slow down now here.
Maybe rook c5, threatening some rook c6.
Maybe. Looks like a tricky move, but maybe.
Just hoping whatever black plays will allow me to go bishop e4 or something.
But even imagine like rook c5, bishop c8 or something. It's gonna be. You don't want to just have your business all hanging out over there.
Yeah.
Well, maybe black. I mean, white. Yeah, white needs a good move right now to consolidate his little pawn. Don't call it little. Kraai. It's a big pawn.
Big boy pawn. Yeah, maybe ooh, is there like knight d4 maybe in the analysis position? Idea queen d4, rook c6.
Wow. A risky variation for sure.
Rook c5 played.
He's played rook c5.
Ooh.
So this variation is live.
Back.
So I think, for example, on bishop c8, maybe we just play bishop f5.
Yeah.
Bishop f5 is another move. Just getting stuff out. Oh, and there's also rook d5.
Also rook d5. Good point.
Yeah.
So the question is,
rook d5 is the simplest, right? If we have that.
Yeah. Can black do anything while our rook is all funky? Bobby put that pawn on a5 ages ago. He didn't know it was going to be for an attack on the black king, dude. Look at that.
That's for sure. Oh boy.
Pragg's getting frisky.
This is definitely the longest that all 4 games were still in play and like unclear.
Yeah. Yeah, Pragg is playing for some dirty tricks over here. I don't know. I'm really concerned Pragg is going to blow this dude. He has got 13 minutes left, and he's getting frisky. He's already declined the draw like Vidit. It could be just a repeat performance, dude.
Unreal. What is that F-pawn doing?
We got to look at Firouzja. He's trying to break loose with G5.
Yeah. And he didn't spend that much time on it, so it feels like...
Right, he had 30 minutes back.
Had no choice, or he's convinced with this.
All right, so let's say the obvious. We got HG and knight H5. What is black's intention after HG? And then I'm going to play knight H5 next move.
Maybe H4. You have knight G6 winning.
Right.
King G8, pawn takes F6. So, so HG. What's that? He played already?
Played.
Oh my god.
Husky boy with a good idea. If FG, knight G6, king G8, bishop C3. Then I think Firouzja's idea is to queen,
Hmm.
bishop takes e1, and go rook a2 check.
Yeah.
I don't know if that
Wait, I
works
want to
for you.
just ask a really dumb question because that's what I do. So
Mhm.
on FG, which is played, what's wrong with just the very basic knight H5, which was played? Thank you very much. I don't get
Yeah.
it.
I don't
Okay,
know.
wait. Okay, wait. So
I mean, I think he figured his h5 pawn was dead, Jesse. Here's one way of thinking about it.
okay, yeah, all right, I
Like in the
hear you.
position after move 41, g3 defends h4. He can't really stop knight takes h5, right? That's going to attack g7 as well, which is hard to defend, right? Without losing f6. So he figures if I'm losing one of these pawns anyway, let's trade one more white pawn with g5.
Okay, so this position though, let's imagine it's my move. I think I am already threatening rook A5. And now I can trade the rooks and I'm gonna gobble all that stuff, dude.
Yeah, g4, knight g3.
Yeah,
Agreed.
and then that's winning for sure.
Hmm.
We're getting up real close and personal with that E2 pawn. The other position, I've had those where, like, let's say you got three pawns against three pawns and black pawns are stable, then it's probably a draw. But this thing, I don't know. No, I do know. I do know black needs something amazing right now, or else it's over.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Naka left the board. Like, he doesn't know what Firouzja wants.
You mean Naka left the board?
Yeah, Naka left the board. He's gone. Okay, there, we gotta move rook e5.
Rook E5. Okay. Okay, so this holds the A5 pawn
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and maybe makes things a little tricky. All right.
I think f6 looks like a pretty good square for that knight, but
So
I guess
F6, he
there's
wants
rook
to play rook
f5.
F5.
I
Yeah.
guess there's rook f5. So maybe we should first consider the move g4, just suggested by
Hmm.
Deschutes as well.
Yeah, G4 makes a lot of sense, and that introduces all kinds of ideas, but especially any time I can go to knight to G3, I can go to knight to E4. The pawn on G5 is fixed,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and it's really hard to imagine how black gets counterplay. However, however, if I go, let's just imagine I get G4, knight G3. I can't take that pawn on E2.
I mean, potentially, if you put your knight on e4, you could take the pawn by
Okay,
blocking off the
good.
defense, right?
I would have to do it like that. But then you're going to play rook A2. And, in the meantime, you'll have pushed the pawn to A4, I'm assuming. Something like that.
Well, if you push the pawn to a4, you have to worry about mating nets, right? Because I want to move my knight to e4 through f6 instead of g3.
Mm-hmm.
Keep that
Mm-hmm.
king locked up, and you've got knight d7 and knight h7 threats. So it takes away a lot of squares from white's from black's rooks. We're not sure yet, Isaac. It feels like it might be swinging back towards a win for Naka here with g4.
One fun move I like is on bishop C3, black can play rook A1.
That's hilarious.
G4 played. You're a GM to date.
e4 on the board.
The rooks gang up on e1, and this bishop can't pick which one to take. although, although there is the move bishop b4 check there, Jesse,
Oh, buddy.
and well, the king can run in this direction, I guess. You better run for your life if you can, little king. Looks like he gets away.
He might get away. That mating net is definitely on the horizon here.
Yeah. All right, so we get g4.
And G4 is a bummer because in addition to knight G3, I mean, knight F6 creates not just knight D7, knight E4, it creates ye old bishop B4 ideas.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hardcore, man. That looks real bad.
Yeah. Yeah. And depending where the rook goes to get out of the way of knight d7, you can go knight h7, knight g5, covering f3, and coming back towards e4 as well with an extra pawn.
You
Um,
know, one thing that happened. So if we go back to move 40, his last move where he played rook a4, that rook move, it disables the movement of the a pawn completely. So it's like, the rook is kind of unfortunate there because when we go to the game position, like both rooks are tied to the defense of the a pawn.
mm-hmm.
It's just misery, man, misery.
You think white's winning?
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. It's good night, Lucy over here.
Yeah, I agree.
Wow. Big eval change.
All right, let's update the Nepo Pragg thing. I know everybody's scared to look. I know we're all
Yeah.
scared to look.
Yeah, I think it's equal, but he's getting
Nervous.
frisky. He's getting real frisky.
I feel like Pragg, you hate for this, but Pragg is being selfish, okay? He should just make a draw, let Fabi take care of Nepo with white in the last game. Pragg, you'll get white in the next rounds. Don't try to be a hero.
Yeah.
He's like, I gotta be the one to take down Nepo. I'm like, no, you don't, buddy. Just hold it. Just hold it.
Yeah. That king on a4 is not looking so good.
It was very reminiscent of the Vidit king on a4.
Yeah.
Now,
Oh, Nepo goes
94
for
was
the
a bit
rook
frisky
endgame.
right there. And look at
Whoa.
this. He's going to king c4 him, and he's going to work him just like Vidit over here.
Oh my
Oh
god,
no.
it's more mating nets.
King c4, e3, fe.
Yeah, king c4, e3. Rooks belong behind passed pawns.
Oh no.
I'm not. I just want to say 94 was not, that's not 100% for me. I just want to clarify that because that is a pass pawn, my friend, and it is angry. So if king c4, I'm assuming king a3. You're not mating me. I'm coming in.
Right. Yeah, there's no mate.
You're coming around the mountain here.
The
By the way,
mating Nepo's idea is king c2. I don't know.
why is Nepo thinking?
He's thinking after knight takes e4. Interesting.
I mean,
Interesting.
Pragg has like 12 minutes on his clock. Shouldn't he have come up with a move already?
Mm. Gukesh is just slowly working Abasov down, dude.
You mean Abasov's just running his own clock down? Looks like he hasn't moved since time control.
King c2 from Nepo.
Yeah, that looks right. One great thing about this position now with the knights off is I just feel more psychologically comforted that Pragg would have to really work to lose this.
What happens, Basti, who's asking why are y'all rooting against poor Nepo? What happens is that everybody's got their favorites. So when you're in the lead, everybody who likes everybody else in the tournament starts to root against you. So it feels like you're outnumbered 7-1 or whatever. On top of that, there's like a portion of people who don't want to see the same world championship match, who prefer like a new something, instead of a repeat.
I truly, honestly have nothing against Nepo. I'm just rooting for Fabi personally.
Yeah. You see,
For
so we're
reasons
each
I've
rooting
already
for somebody
explained.
different or whatever. It's not against Nepo. Like I'm rooting for Gukesh. Kostya's rooting for Fabi. Jesse, you're rooting for somebody?
Well, as a fan, I don't, it's really weird for me, but I guess I'm rooting for Naka, dude. Even though I talk smack about Naka all the time,
All the time.
all the time, and also rooting for
Every
Fabi.
day.
I like the Gukesh kid too, man.
Yeah.
I would say those three people. If any one of those three won, I'd be fine.
Naka is definitely my second choice after Fabi.
Okay, so after king c2, is there a way for black to do something constructive? It is kind of a bummer. Like with c5, I think d5 is a hassle.
No, then you go c4, right? And you've got the white
But
king
but but
locked up.
then
No?
like d6,
Uh-huh.
rook d7, and
Yeah.
then rook
Rook
g4.
g4.
I'm assuming that's the intention.
Okay.
And our king on a4 is suspect, sus, as the kids say.
Yeah.
Maybe c5 is the move. I don't, the other problem, let's say it is king b5, king b3. And then again, it's like, well, what am I doing?
Yeah.
And if I ever play e3, I'm worried about the white pieces getting real snuggly with my pawn.
Yeah. So the live position is just king c2. Panda also said c5 would probably be like a cleaning it up move. King b5, there would be king b3, right?
Right.
Although then you could play c5 maybe. Actually. And you're allowing less things, right?
Well, then it goes c4, d5, right?
Yeah, that's true. We're allowing a new thing. Yeah.
By the way, maybe it's not so bad because then I can go bring my, king around. Actually, no, it is pretty terrible.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
So there are ways for Pragg to get hosed here.
Oh, yeah. Always, right? Endgames are full of little tactical details, and you're often tired by the time you're in them. So I like Friedel's mix of ideas. He plays c5 first, and then against d5, now he plays his king back to b5 towards the situation.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think d6 anyway. Rook d7, rook g4. Rook takes d6, rook f4, rook e6.
How about when he plays d6, we play rook f7.
Oh, yeah, that's classy. I too tired to think of that.
Right? We just want to snuggle up to your pawn, buddy.
Yeah.
Mama said, by the way, that those pawns were really strong when they're together like that, those e4 and f4 pawns.
Yeah.
So I don't want to give up any of them. Pragg, dude, he's got not so much time.
Yeah. Less and less every minute.
Did Kostya leave us and I didn't even notice?
Let me check. Yes.
He went away? He didn't say goodbye?
No. He's probably coming back,
Okay.
C5 played by Pragg. That was a big move. He put 4 minutes into it, which is a lot at this phase, which is unfortunate because 4 minutes is not that much. And Nepo's got 40. And Nepo will kill you if you mess up. Oh, man.
Mm-hmm.
Coast is texting you from the kitchen that he'll be back. He's wants to reassure you. He's got Twitch running on his phone or something.
Uh-huh. So yeah, I think d5, king b5 is our key variation over here.
He might need a snack. I need a snack. Cosine saying it's hard to majorly mess up. Yeah, if they were fresh, if you gave them this as, a puzzle set in their training room, if they've got a room where they train, then I agree it would be hard to mess it up, right? But when you get whatever 5.5 hours, how long have they been playing, Jesse?
Well, not only that, but this Pragg kid has already gambled and is going to be ready to gamble again. And trust me, in Rook Endgames, you can gamble. There are gambles.
Mm-hmm.
That knight d3 yesterday from FIDE, dude. Oh God, I'm still traumatized.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Okay, let's check in on Fabi.
Mistakes can definitely come. Basically, a mix of like exhaustion and emotion, and hallucinations and all that. Naka's game after g4, we got king e8 played. So the king's rushing to get out of that embrace from the knight, right? That was like no way.
Knight g7 check was played.
Okay. Interesting.
Not what kind of we would have expected knight f6 e4.
Yeah. Yeah, that
So
was
yeah,
not
what's the
obvious to me.
intention here?
You know,
I
there may
don't know.
have been an issue with knight e4. Should we just look at one endgame idea briefly, Jesse?
Okay.
Knight e4. What if black just takes twice on
Takes
e4?
it, dude. Yep. I think that's
You got
probably what's
one little
going on.
Panovich left, right? And
Mm-hmm.
if you go king f3, then rook f4 is an immediate draw. I think that's what I want to
Yeah, okay.
point out, right? Because the king has to go to g3 to hold the pawn, and then you've got rook f1.
Okay, so the point of knight g7 is saying I'm still coming to g3, buddy. I'm just going a different way. However, black's king is on a Vidit style journey to b8 to evict our rook and then support the a pawn.
Yeah, get out from behind my passer.
Also, I don't want to be in any of your clutches over there.
So there's still work. There's still work for sure going on here.
But actually, wait. If you go to g3, we've already established I can't take knight takes e2. And if I can't go knight e4, what's my plan?
Right. If we can't put the knight on e4,
Oh, no.
what are we doing on f5?
What are we
is the
doing?
plan?
What are we doing, man?
So we put the evaluation as winning, but we do not actually see a clear knockout. Everybody wants different games, so I don't know. Maybe we'll bounce around confusedly for a while. There's moves on all these boards, and they're all pretty interesting. We only have one move in the Gukesh game. I don't know why people were yelling that much. He played rook d3, king e2, and crowd's going wild. I don't know why, Jesse.
Well, we gotta wonder, does rook c3 win on the spot?
Rook c2, rook a3. Okay, so that's what people are worked up about. A little game of capture the pawn.
Oh, buddy.
It's true. If he gets up two pawns, that's going to be pretty tasty.
Well, not only that, but then I would take on the pawn on c4. Oh, my knight is free.
Mm-hmm.
Set me free, free,
Yeah.
free. Set me free, little girl. All you gotta do is set me free, free.
I think she's scared.
Free.
I think she's too scared to do it.
To set me free?
Yeah, to set you free. Too scared. But yeah, rook c3 looks pretty strong. I see why my fellow Gukesh fans are starting to get a little jittery with excitement.
Okay, and I'm gonna go ahead and say that Fabi Vidit is winning for white.
Wow. Let me try and confirm your claim. Bishop d7. b4. He doesn't even rook d5 when he's allowed the chance.
Fabi don't play, dude. So he's saying the game is finito de la commedia right now.
So he just wants to go b4, b5. Then when the knight moves, he's going to follow up with his queen to d6. That's dog 6 right there. So b5. And yeah, oof.
Now, obviously, like black is looking for any kind of counterplay while the white pieces are doing their nasty business. But so when I say it's winning, I don't see anything for black. You know, I could be wrong, but that's why I'm just saying is winning.
Man, such games.
It's intense, Ghost. You're like all over. Like none of these games. There's not a single one of these 4 games that's determined yet.
Yeah. So I big brained it because it always takes me 20 minutes to put on my tie.
Yeah.
So I did the tie thing, and now I can watch at least some of these games and then run to the chess club for the recap.
Got it.
So
And
you do
that
it
way
in
you
that-
get to see the dramatic last moves instead of sort of waiting for the dramatic last moves and then getting your tie on while missing the dramatic last moves.
Wait, Doc. So are you
Yeah.
doing a recording or is it like a live event kind of thing?
I've been doing video recaps after all the rounds.
Okay. So you could be wearing shorts is what we're saying.
I could be, but then I wouldn't have anything to tuck my shirt in, and it wouldn't look as good on camera. So
Mm,
yeah.
yeah, fair enough.
Um, but yeah, so what I do is like when the games are like finishing up, I'm usually watching the end of like your show or maybe the like the FIDE show or whatever because I want to see the cameras. And
Or maybe
yeah,
you don't watch our
basically
show.
basically well like guys, I love you guys, but like when I'm getting ready for the recap, right? I need to know what's going on. So
Fair enough.
sometimes like I remember when you guys were watching the Firouzja Naka game and Naka was like winning that end game,
Yeah.
you guys were, let's say, a little bit delayed, to the proper conclusion. It's like
Uh-huh.
he won the game. You're like, oh, I guess he was winning. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
um, but yeah, I got to be ready so I can start the recap like the moment the games are done to get it
Guys, let's
out.
go to let's go to Naka real quick because there was a knight G7. We were a little bit puzzled over it. And I was concerned about King D8. I didn't understand what Naka's intention on King D8 was.
He must have had something because it looked like the king was running, right?
Yeah. Instead, we saw King F8. And then after Knight F5, some I thought kind of surprising stuff went down here because now Rook A2. But then this enables Naka to get his knight to E4 if he wants.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And that was our big thing because we were saying, oh, if you went to E4 with a rook on A4, there is trading of the coconuts. Okay, maybe I still see a way for black to mess with us here, but maybe I don't. Because knight D6, check to the miserable king, knight E4, and you got to worry about knight C3. You got all kinds of things to worry about.
Yeah. And by the way, Firouzja's like cleared the way for this A pawn to maybe get going, right? But it's going to be really tactically tense. Once he pushes that A pawn, then the bishop has access to C3 and B4. So white gets
Well, also
these
then I have knight C3 is one of the things I was saying. I got knight C3 and I'll pick up your nut.
Yeah.
So so it was interesting. After knight G7, for the first time in a while, I was like, oh, maybe black is okay with king D8.
Yeah.
And then king F8 happened, and I was like, I don't know. And now I'm back to being like, I guess he's toast. And Corporeal is saying knight D6, C4. That might also be a thing. I was just so happy we got our knight to E4.
Knight check here.
Knight D6, C4. That looks kind of convincing, boss.
That might grab the A pawn, although your knight will be like way out in nowhere land.
Yeah, but true. Okay. We got to at least be a little concerned about it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really confusing why the black king went to F8 instead of D8.
Mm-hmm. I assume there's a reason. I just don't see it.
Hmm.
Oh, I think I know, David. Because after king D8, I think the thought was knight F5. And if king C8, as we were kind of suspecting, then what he could just brutally do is go play rook G7, take the pawn, and say goodnight.
Yeah, he's confident that A pawn's not going to do anything.
At least not for half a second. I would be concerned because I'm a chump GM, but I
Right.
think that was the concern there.
Okay. So, and when he takes on G5, there's going to be knight D6, so that's going to get him a tempo, right? So like rook A1,
True. Yeah.
take. Now you got to pay a tempo. And
Also, Basto, if you wanted to be cleaner about it, on knight F5, you could start running directly after knight F5. You could start running with rook A1 first.
By the
Did
way,
I not
Nepo
do that?
Pragg, they're definitely drawing now. They're training it all off.
How
Let's
we should
see. I need at least one result to resolve some of this tension. DC5,
Yeah.
the take, the push, the embrace. H5, playing to the last
the last drop.
bit. The last little sweet nothing.
All right. Pragg held it. Good job, kiddo. You gave him a little run for his money, made him sweat.
I mean, he ended up
Didn't
down a
lose.
pawn too, right? I mean,
Actually, and then another move I don't understand. Then Naka plays rook. I see rook A8. What am I saying? No, this is still the same thing. Excuse me, king F7. And then Naka is evaluating, I guess, whether he wants to go knight D6, E4, or knight D6, C4. Makes sense.
oh, sorry. You're just back to what Naka's thinking here, right? Between knight D6
Yeah,
to
yeah.
C4 or E4.
Mm-hmm.
Hard work. Hard work to win a game. And somebody pointed that out in chat, and I think it's a really good point. Like, to actually push someone over the edge and win at this level, it's a Herculean task, right? Like, you push and push and push, and you need a sizable advantage to win, because there's a lot of drawn endgames with a small, with even like a pawn up or this or that. And then when you get that chance to win, when the advantage becomes just big enough, then you have to calculate like one specific variation to do it.
Let me ask you a boner question. Let's say I just go knight D6, king E6 for the moment, knight C4. You move your rook somewhere, and I play rook takes A5. Why isn't that position winning for me? It feels very winning. It feels very winning. The only way it wouldn't be winning is if you could or maybe you play to rook B5, David.
Okay.
I still don't believe it. I was thinking rook B5, and then when you take on A5, I play knight A5, you could at least play king D5 there, and my knight has a little bit of grief getting home.
So you concede king E2 and just trap the knight.
Right. However, I can begin with ye old king takes E2. And it still looks pretty winning.
We're threatening king D3 then to start getting the knight out.
Exactamundo.
And if they go king D4, we come out at C6.
Yeah, that looks strong. But that's the kind of thing Naka's, I guess, looking at now.
Yeah.
He's got other options.
These
About
endgames are
half
pretty
an hour
tricky.
ago. Oh, I see. Abasov has at least asked an important question now with rook C2.
Okay, let me see. So we got rook C3 going after the pawn. Now
Right.
no bishop takes C5, presumably because of bishop D2, switching directions and picking off Mr. A.
Right, and
19
the obvious thing I just want to say here is if we the opposite color bishop bending is what Abasov is counting on. In this position right now, I think A4 might be a strong move because there's no bishop A4 because of knight C3.
Let's double check that, shall we? A4.
Yeah.
Bishop takes. Check. King comes forward towards them. Knight takes. King here, trying to trap these pieces somehow.
You might trap me actually. King C4, make my bishop move, and then play King B3, and then where am I gonna go, buddy? I'm not sure. We have to check that. I think I still get out. Yeah,
I guess
just get
bishop
out.
A3 is enough. Ugly as
Bishop
it
A3,
looks.
but also E1 was also winning because I can play knight C3.
Okay, yeah.
So A4 looks like the power move here. And and then we are going to get our. It's still not over. You're going to play like King D3 and stuff, and King C4. Now, potentially the opposite color bishop ending is winning after knight e3, but I'm just going to say potentially.
It might be because that pawn on e5 is such a weakness, right?
Exactly.
And if you try to save it, well, if you don't save it, you're down 3 pawns.
Mm-hmm.
And if you try to save it, it could bring the whole structure down with it, right? Because then you're like g3, f4, e5.
Yeah.
I feel like it would be winning for black, honestly. But I've been wrong before in my own games while transitioning into an opposite colored bishop ending with 2 pawns.
And we kind of, yeah, we need to do it now. If white gets one more move, they can play bishop d4. So we either play a4 or we snip it.
Yeah.
Now the concern, I think, with a4 would be a4, king d3, a3, bishop b3. But I mean, even then, dude, I could start talking about taking your bishop. Then, oh, a4 played, the ambitious move. One cool reason I like this too is we could still go into the bishop, opposite color bishop ending in some variations. I just want my pawn on a3. King d3 played. Maybe bishop d4 was his only try, because now I really like both a3 and knight e3.
Well, now knight e3, there's also fe.
I was wondering about a3, bishop b3, and knight c3.
That might work too. I think it's all toast now, honestly. Look at that. I'm getting that pawn to a3, buddy. Give me a break.
Knight c3, bishop d4.
Bishop d4. Yeah, I think, okay, that looks like it's saving for white.
But okay, in this position, let's say I play oh, I got options here. So I could take immediately, or I could play a3.
Yeah.
They both have point.
By the way, somebody's saying rook takes a5 played. They must be talking about Naka's game. So
yeah, they went down that line. I think you guys were looking at
rook a5, Jesse.
Nice,
like you said.
Oh, I'm a GM today.
Yeah, you got the right one there.
And now I don't see a way for the rook and the king to even mess with us, honestly.
Yeah. Vidit played the correct move a3, I think. I thought it was really the wrong time to trade on e3 here.
I think this is absolutely gone. Now we're going to play knight b3 and on king c. Maybe this. Okay, so knight b3, king c4, knight c1. We're going to call a mistake because then rook c2, knight e2. We have king d3. No bueno. We don't want that. So the black king is going to say, I want to go to d3 to save my pieshka.
Oh, but knight goes to d2 and e4.
Exactly. And then black has to be in, king e3. That's a power move right there. Nice move, Naka. That's a nice move.
Oh, yeah,
that's
taking the space you can.
That's just a nice cutting move. Taste these nuts.
Yeah, Naka showing he knows how to do the bishop and knight mates.
I'm sorry. I think that Gukesh made the right choice to push the a-pawn on the other board.
Bishop b3 played, and now I'm going to say strong intuition is knight takes e3 is winning here.
Yes, I agree. Now I think he can just take it.
The knight c3 might also work. I don't know.
But the knight c3, bishop d4, we didn't see the next move.
Yeah, I don't want to mess with it no more.
Yeah.
Now, there may be other bishop moves that win here as well.
And what's cool about all this is our king will soon be able to talk too. I mean, the A3 pawn is such a jerk face, you know.
Yeah.
He's just messing with you, man.
Very strong.
Yeah, there's a good chance you could play something like King G6 to F5 here, since White's light squared
All
bishop
right,
is
buddy, change it
occupied.
to white. To change it to black is winning.
Fair.
Yeah. I agree. Gukesh. Now everyone's gonna play this H6 thing.
No, they're
No, they're not.
no one's gonna feel like they could imitate this game. This is not anybody's idea of fun.
A6, H6, whole tournament.
People playing the deferred Schliemann.
The ultimate grovel. Isn't Fabi winning, they ask. Well, let's go check on that for you all.
Check, dude.
Bishop d7, b4, queen f4. Looking for bishop takes g4, perhaps. Bishop f5. Not looking to have black play bishop takes g4. Takes. Rook takes. Dropping the c4 pawn. He doesn't take it. What's going on? Boss, we need to know. Rook c5, would that do it? Here?
What do you mean, rook c5?
Rook c5? If he took the c pawn, it's just hanging.
Yeah,
right?
rook c5 was the problem, I think.
Right? So if he takes it, I think it's this two-step combo. Rook here, queen e4 defending the knight. Rook takes the knight anyway. What? Queen takes the rook. Queen d8 check. Oh.
Naka just resigned.
I see
Over.
what you did there.
Did it resign, dude?
Firouzja resigned.
Oh, for
After
Firouzja
Firouzja
resigned.
resigned.
Dang, boss.
Naka tied for the lead.
Dang.
Maybe with Gukesh after this in Nepo.
Oh my god, this is too close, this tournament.
Let's go. Go Naka. So does that mean he'll be the favorite going into the last two rounds?
I guess so, because the model favors the person with the higher rating.
Was
And
Nepo
he's
too
so-
solid today?
He's so hot right now. I mean, Naka's winning like everything.
Three in a row. Was Nepo too solid today, folks? Because he was playing white against Pragg, and he sort of played for a draw, right? You always second guess things afterwards. Playing very solidly has worked for him in general in this tournament. But his last two opponents are Hikaru and Fabi, right?
Yeah.
So
Oh,
Maybe
you guys, this is amazing, man. Okay, you guys know this already. I just want to put it out there. We have Jan versus Naka. Oh, man. And then final round, we have Fabi versus Nepo.
yeah.
Yeah. Huge
Dang.
final rounds. This weekend, guys, only on this channel. Chess Dojo.
Only on this channel. And I
The
just
only
want to
place
tell
where you can
I got to
get-
tell everybody the bad news. I got to go play the state championship, so I can poke in and out. But, dude, I just want to. I don't even want to go, dude. I don't want to defend the title. This is more interesting.
Uh-huh.
At least
Oh,
take a
man.
bye, right? Take a bye for the Sunday afternoon round.
that's the critical round, boss.
Yeah, that's
that
Fabi
round, yeah.
Nepo.
Yeah, you'll probably be playing someone strong. You'll want to draw anyway. So just take a bye.
Mhm.
Win your first 3 games.
Okay.
But yeah, Nepo a bit too pragmatic today, I think. Should have went for it.
In
Dang.
hindsight,
Should have
right?
went for it.
Wow.
But, I mean, there were a lot of people chasing him, right? So the odds that one or two of the people chasing him would win were definitely there. It looks like he's getting the worst of it, though, and maybe getting all 3 of them, right?
Well, and let's just say the obvious. Gukesh is going to have 7.5. Fabi is going to have 6.5. So, excuse me, 7. So just a half a point behind.
Yeah.
Oh, buddy.
Who's Fabi playing tomorrow? Do you guys know?
Oh, yeah, I can figure that out.
Well, I can
So,
click on it, too. I was just curious. Pragg.
Pragg, yeah, with black.
And Prague's gonna go all out because he's gonna be like, I still have a chance.
I don't think that's an interesting question. I don't know if he, well, I guess in some vague sense he has a chance. It's very vague though.
He went all out today.
And Gukesh is playing
Pragg just,
Firouzja tomorrow.
Isn't Pragg half point behind?
Who?
No, he's a full point behind after this. I think. They're going to be at 7.5. Yeah, he's at 6.5, so he's a full point behind. And there's 3 players at 7.5. 3 at 7.5.
Oh, I should update the standings thing I have here, right?
There you go. Yeah.
But
Full
Pragg,
point behind.
Pragg has 6, so I'll update some
Oh,
of these.
6.
See
Oh,
if
he's
I can-
1.5 behind. Oh, shoot.
Yeah. Yeah,
Way
that's why it
behind.
was like really close to the end for him. But okay.
All right, he's out
Pragg,
then. Sorry, Pragg.
6.5 out of 12. Hikaru,
Fuck is GG'd.
7.5 out of 12. Holy moly. Nepo, 7.5
It's insane, right?
out of
Oh,
12.
this is the greatest tournament ever, dude.
And these other games still going, but oh man.
Yeah.
You know, it's amazing like how good the players are, and then that in the final rounds of the candidates, the little things that decide them, right? Like the crazy candidates you guys were talking about with Magnus and Kramnik playing for first in the last round and both losing. And you just think like with all that skill, thousands of hours of study, games memorized, openings learned, and then it's little like, blunders here and there at the final moments. Did I type
Well,
in
you guys, I'm gonna tell a quick
6.5?
story and then I'm gonna have to sign off. So last night, dude, normally the kids don't get to watch a lot of TV, and I just I said, here's a couple apples, here's some pecans, have at it. Have fun, you kids. And then I came out, dude, hours later, and there were tears. I was called a bad dad because I didn't give them anything to eat, dude. Then touch the stupid apple. We don't like apples, Dad. Oh man. And I got called a bad dad. I was like, if you're gonna call me a bad dad, this is the moment. This is the moment.
I'm not going to argue tonight.
All right, you guys, it's been a joy. Hopefully I'll step in over the weekend.
Yeah.
All
All
right.
right.
All
All
right.
right, bye, you guys.
Have a
See
good
you,
time at your
Jesse.
tournament.
All right.
Let me fix things.
Oh boy. Yeah, I'll probably have to get going here soon. Guki, though, he didn't go for the opposite color bishops. He instead just bringing the king in, which also makes sense because it's not clear how white is going to improve his position. And that knight on d5 is just such a stallion. So, still looking very good for Guki. Guki boy.
King keeps coming. Very calm, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he just wants to walk in. King g4.
He didn't even go and take the second pawn, right? He was just happy. He's like, yeah.
Bobby boy, he's down to 9 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to make 15 moves, right? So they're like, that's going to be hot. Spicy.
Yeah.
But it's sharp. Like one mistake and Fabi could blow it and just lose his entire queen side.
Let me see. Rook e4 played, and he's thinking, and he's lower on time than Vidit now,
Yeah.
which not many people can say.
Hmm. Yeah, this doesn't look obvious. Oh. I mean, yeah, I would start with b5, but it doesn't seem like it's working. Okay, queen d5 played. That seems...
b5 takes knight a5, right? And then we need a hell of a move somewhere.
Yeah.
Why does
Yeah,
our
I
thing
couldn't
say
see
that
anything.
Fabi's... It doesn't say he's winning. It just says he's better. Yeah, that's not done yet at all. And folks, even our evaluation that Gukesh is winning, it's not like tic-tac-toe or ABC or anything. Like there's still, work being done on that board.
Yeah, for sure.
It's kind of a guess. The restaurant that's now closed, Eric? It was called Jayakarta. I don't know that helps with anything when it's closed.
Okay, Vidit, rook e2.
Someone in chat says he's threatening b5, and then if knight a5, b6 to win the knight. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so is b5 a move right now?
Oh, cool. Eric and I are sort of neighbors, except that I'm in France right now, but normally neighbors. There was only one Indonesian restaurant in Berkeley and maybe the Bay Area, so it was that one on University Avenue.
Oh, but there's b5 knight e7.
b5 knight e7. Yikes.
b6 knight takes d5. Black is okay.
Yeah. I played a ton at mechanics, Eric. In the old days, since my first kid was born, 9+ years ago, I have not played at the mechanics. Just for a year FXL, 1 year in France, and then back to California. b5 knight e7 queen d3. Interesting. b5.
Yeah, I think we're just getting trades there.
Knight f5 queen e2. Then the knight has to move, and you've got time to get like a b pawn to b6 maybe.
Yeah, we get b6 in, which
might allow you to really squeeze the king in that endgame.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know Elliot Winslow.
Rook e2. Also queen g8 check for Fabi. Queen d3. Knight d4 could be a move.
Mm-hmm. All right, knight d4, technical. Queen d3, making way for the rook to go to the same file.
I feel like if we can get the knight trade, we'd be happy with white, because it feels like we're dominating.
Yeah.
Wait, what eval do we have on?
White is better on Fabi versus Vidit.
Guess so. But somewhere between better and winning, I think.
Yeah.
It's like healthy extra pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, but not a lot of time. Fabi needs to just keep his cool.
Mm-hmm. Or not keep his cool, but play great moves anyway.
Yeah. Get stressed out. Transfer that stress to Vidit. Ooh, b5 looks like.
Whoa. Oh, right. But we mentioned this. Knight e7, queen d3, right? So Black could throw in the trade, which I kind of thought they would, but somebody in chat was asking me, because I didn't clarify that the trade was happening, that if all this happened, if white plays b6, the c4 pawn might be hanging, but it looks like the queen would be covering it anyway, even there.
Mm-hmm. Well, looks like he's gonna get pleasant knight, queen and knight endgame if knight e7.
Yeah.
Yeah. So any knight a5s. Wait, there's no b6 because black can take on f2. So what's
All
the
right.
idea?
Show me that b5.
Yeah.
Do you trade or knight e7?
Let's say knight a5.
Knight a5. Oh my gosh. I see.
But he obviously has something in mind.
And then if b6, queen b6, queen a5, queen f2. Mate. Ay, ay, ay. So knight a5 does not obviously lose to b6. That's a big question. That's a big question. What he's going to do about knight a5.
Probably just ba.
Oh, that's probably...
Yeah, just rip that king open.
That's interesting, but there is b6, and things go on, right?
Yeah. Maybe knight d4 there.
We don't really have a way right now, Joel, of differentiating. It's not so precise, our evaluation. It's just something to give someone a, general bird's eye picture guess at how the tournament's shaping up. And if they want to get into the detail of it, they have to watch a few minutes and hear what we say.
Yeah, I mean, if unless we clearly prefer one side, then it's going to be equal. So
Yeah.
if one side is a little bit better, then so be it. He vid it down to 6 minutes.
Yeah. 6 minutes each. I'm just going to click over on Gukesh's endgame, see what's going on after bishop e1. The king fades back in the other direction. Bishop checks him, and he can't go to h3 for some reason. He gets pushed back. He waits. Gukesh is under. He's got 5 minutes less than Nijat, so he's not. Maybe hasn't yet fully seen a way to win this one. Vidit played knight takes a5. Chat's telling us, yep.
Yeah, knight a5. I would expect ba6 here from Fabi.
Yeah. Somebody suggesting also knight d4 could be an interesting move, right? Just centralizing that knight while the other one's gone, sort of cutting off its retreats, taking over the center. Plausible. And if the rook went to the wrong place, it might even turn on the move b6, but I don't think it will because the knight will be hanging on d4.
He looks very ready. His arm is cocked to make a move. And he relaxed. Okay, give me another 30-second think. Ooh, I can feel the nerves from here.
Yeah. Ay.
Boy, come on, Bobby. Keep your chances alive.
An interesting thing about knight d4, Kostya, is after knight d4, rook moves, you could possibly have a line like queen g8 check, king a7, c5, because the b5 pawn won't be edible with a knight ready to fork. He played knight d4.
Knight d4 played.
BA was the first instinct of many. But he goes for knight d4, and it is... I mean, he's just given his pawn, right, for some specific continuation. So it's very, very tense right now.
So let's point out the obvious. Rook d2, knight c6 check. Maybe you mentioned that.
Yeah, rook d2, knight c6 check.
And then if rook b2... And yeah, you were saying rook queen g8 and c5?
Well, rook b2 may cover that, right? Because it covers the b5 square.
Oh, I see. Oh, so yeah, you want AB.
Yeah. I don't know if there's a move on which I would have even had the c5 idea now that you mention it. But now that we try to find the square that would have allowed it. So let's see. We've got rook b2. These are just ideas. Vidit's thinking right now about the position after knight d4, tagging the rook on e2. So here... does b6 work? Just have to check each time. b6, queen b6, queen a5, queen d4. Looks like a failure. So we could take on a6 now. Or maybe knight e6.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out knight e6, but then there's queen takes c4. And I can't find the kill.
Queen d8. Queen c8. Queen a5. Queen takes e6. Goodness. And it's still sort of going, right? Ugh.
Yeah. Oh, maybe on knight e6, queen c4. Well, I can take on c4. Oh, but then knight c4 hits knight e3. It was very important tempo.
What did you maybe want to do here, if not for knight e3?
Well, you could like take on a6, take on g7, and like black's whole kingside falls.
Clean up the whole kingside. Yeah. When I played knight e6, I mean, just here as like an idea, it was really to take on g7, not to checkmate.
Right.
and then try and have that side of the board fall apart. But even there, I didn't know what to do about Queen E7. That wasn't set in stone. And Queen C4 I hadn't really calculated. So
See, this is the thing about the 30-second increment. Vidit has 3.5 minutes to make 12 moves.
mm-hmm.
But because he has 30-second increment, it kind of feels better than if he had 9 minutes and no increment.
Much better. But what do you mean about 12 moves to make?
Don't they have to make it to move 60 to get like another
No, it's just 30-second increment here on out.
for the rest of the game?
That's what people have told me every day so far.
Oh,
I
thought
don't
there
think
was
there's a
three
third
time
time
controls.
control.
There isn't. Okay, let me Google this because I was sure. Hold on. FIDE candidates time control.
Knight d4, rook b2, couldn't clean that
Oh
up.
yeah, there is no third. Okay, so he's just got 3 minutes for the rest of the game. Okay, that's a problem for Vidit.
Rook b2 is a pretty good defensive move. I think Vidit's been thinking for 3 minutes on this move. I think he had about the same time as Fabi at the beginning.
Rook d2 is possible?
Rook b2, I think.
Rook b2.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty good defensive idea you gave.
Yeah, I was just thinking rook d2 might even be possible, blundering into the knight c6 thing.
Okay. What are you thinking there?
Black will eventually take on c4 and take on b5.
What do you take on, oh, you take with the pawn. Queen takes, knight c4, huh?
And in that position, just a mess.
Yeah, this rook is nowhere near being what it wants to be. Wow. Yeah, that's not even clear at all. Abasov is resigned. Chad is saying, yes!
Oh,
Yes!
oh, it's a big result.
Gotta update.
Dang.
Gotta update the info here, folks. An epic game.
Takes
An epic game.
h5, and Gukesh wins.
That was
Folks,
not.
Gukesh, Naka, Nepo, all leading. 2 rounds to go.
That was not by any means easy.
Holy smokes.
Jesse Feb with the raid. Thank you, Jesse.
Thank you, Jesse.
We are down to the dregs of one of the most exciting rounds we've had.
Yeah.
2 decisive games already, and one last game still squeezing. Vidit truly under 30 seconds?
Yeah, Rook B2 played, finally.
Oh my god. Rook B2. Yeah, it looks like the right one. Raiders, if any of you don't know what's going on, this is the FIDE Candidates tournament. The winner of this 8-player tournament will go to the World Championship match with Ding Li Ren. We've got 2 rounds left after today. We've got 3 people tied for first, and Fabi, if he can win this position with white, will be 1/2 point behind them. So there are potentially 4 players separated by 1/2 point with 2 rounds to go.
Holy mo. David, I think I got to run as well.
All right, do it. Do what you got to do.
It's been great. Folks, we'll see you back here Saturday and Sunday for the finale of
All
the
right.
candidates. Bye all.
Thank you, folks. Denominator fixed. Let me get rid of that and just bring out the avocados as our placekeeper here. We can also take these standings and just make them huge since we don't have Jesse and Coasty anymore. Since that's like a big part of what this is about, we'll just go boom with the standings, right? So that everybody understands what's going on here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. For everyone saying thank you, you're super welcome. Is Jesse coming back? I don't think so. Would you put avocado on pineapple pizza? Once there's pineapple on the pizza, it doesn't really matter what you do anymore. Fabi now thinking for a while. This is in a sense crazy. He spent 5.5 minutes out of about 5 minutes and 50 seconds that he had Vidit on this last move here. So yeah, so he spent like 90% of his time on one move. He is getting 30 seconds added every single move here. And Fabi, after 2 minutes, trades on a6. Folks say it wasn't worth 2 minutes, but, better than 5. The stakes are super high for Fabi. He's been struggling a bit in this tournament to finish off games. He had one win in the first half of the tournament, and in the second half, he has one loss to Hikaru and one win. So he's only won 2 games so far out of 11 with only one loss. It's a super tight field. In my opinion, basically everybody here showed up in really good form, and that's why it's so close. Vidit rescues the knight from the edge rather than capturing or playing b6, both moves that were in consideration. Plays his move with 19 seconds on the clock. He could have also taken on c4, true. Total mess here. Knight b5 stands out as a potential move for white. Queen g8 check. Black would have to block. There's no king a7, knight b5. What does he do? He gives the check. So that's going to be queen c8 will be forced. What do we have? We've got white is better. We don't yet know if black is toast or not right here. a7 check if possible. Maybe. Let's see. If queen c8. Oh, if queen c8, he's got knight c6 check, pawn takes c6, a7, and a8. Just deflecting. It's winning completely. And if queen d8, knight takes knight. So it's knight d8, knight e6 coming or something? I think it's winning. I think this is just done. He must have calculated this. Knight d8, rook d5. He's going to play knight d8. I think rook d5, if you go knight e6, there might be queen c6 saving things. No, then there's rook d5 even there. But rook d5 is the crispiest. Right now, just rook d5. There's also a7. You can't take it because of knight b5. But there you sack an exchange. That's not even as good as rook d5. It's over. It's winning. We're going to update the evaluation here on the fly while continuing to watch the game. Vidit 6 seconds on the clock as he played knight d8. Yeah, and the variation I gave there, folks, I can show you real quick if you want, was here. You take the knight with check. Pawn takes because the queen's pinned. And then you just go boom, ba-doom, ba-doom, and you just overwork that king and waltz through with a little rook and pawn endgame tactic. So queen g8, that was the KO. Knight d8 comes in. We're going to have rook d5, and Fabi is going to stay in the running. He played rook d5 just now. He's going to stay in the running for this candidates tournament. I think knight c6 was a surprise here. But he played queen g8 pretty quickly despite that. Nice spot that queen g8's winning. I mean, it's not easy to calculate all that stuff in 10, 20, 30 seconds when you're, 5 or 6 hours into a game. It's totally different than, solving puzzles. King a7 played. So now he's got all kinds of moves like queen or rook takes d8. He's also got knight b5 check, super crushing here. Because the rook has to take, and then he takes with the pawn, and black's stuff still looks all trapped, right? No, they haven't necessarily seen everything in advance when they played a move 3 moves ago. It's totally different when you're blitzing out like this. He's just taking it. Yeah, that looks like the simplest crushingest option. The thing is, like, he keeps the queens on the board because with the knight's best at checkmating attacks. That's why he doesn't go queen d8. You'd think like, oh, go to an endgame, you're up a piece. But actually, rook d8 with the 30-second increment and some confidence in your calculation. He's got rook a8 coming, knight b5, centralize the queen. This is probably the highest percentage way for him to do it. And Vidit has either lost on time or resigned. And that is game. Huge win for Fabi. I wonder how he's feeling. I get the sense, I don't watch all the interviews, but I get the sense like he's feeling some pressure at this tournament and that he didn't love going into this tournament as the favorite. Many, many, many people called Fabi the favorite before the tournament. I think most people, because he had such a good year last year. And, tops the rating lists for everyone other than Magnus, who's not participating. And I think he's been feeling some pressure in this tournament, struggling a little bit with some of the conversions, but it's still good enough. The thing is so tight. Let's update his score here. 7 out of 12. 7 out of 12. Do I have everybody in the right order now? I do, right? 3 7.5s, 1 7. Almost nothing separates these players. Unbelievably tight. And this, folks, is why I disagreed with Jesse in round 10 when he said this is going to be the most exciting round of chess ever played in any tournament in history or something of that sort, Because I said, well, Jesse, what if Fabi and or Naka catch up with Gukesh and Nepo? Then won't round 13 or 14 potentially be even more exciting than round 10? And I think most of you would agree with me that round 13 and 14 are not looking unexciting at this point. The greatest round ever until the next round after it, right? So, man, that was a good little calculation by Fabi at the end there. He played it very, very committal and brave. I have to say, look, a lot of people would just try and sit on their extra pawn. I've seen so many people, not super GMs necessarily, right? But normal people, because I mostly watch normal people play much more often than super GMs. In the dojo, we run a lot of dojo tournaments and look at the games of dojoers, etc. And you see so many people, when they're ahead, they're afraid to go for the win because they don't want to give up what they've already got. You know what I mean? They've got the extra pawn. They just sit there consolidating, but never winning. Right? And look at how Fabi plays this position. He gives away his extra pawn, so he can't just sit on it. He can't just cruise to an endgame, right? Now, to centralize the knight, his pawn on c4 is hanging. He's breaking open Vidit's king, but it's all committal, and he's still got this weird rook here on f5, and I don't know how he was going to win against this move here. Maybe it was knight b5, a7 was going to do it. Let me think. a7, the king can't take. And if the queen takes, queen d8 maybe? Maybe he was going to just throw the a pawn to get the king on the wrong side of its own queen and get into something like this. I don't know for sure. Maybe he was going to do something like this, right? Just misplace the queen. And he could have calculated a bunch of variations. He's a beast. But it's not guaranteed to always be accurate when you're this low on time, But you see how committal this choice was to give up his extra pawn and just rely on calculating precisely, 3 or 4 tricky variations when you're under 5 minutes on the clock. And this was delicious here. Oh man, queen c8, boom. Ay. Really nicely done. Really great game from Fabi. Super squeeze and just slowly wore him down. What does Jan need to do? Right. Jan now is tied with two people with another person half a point behind him. If he just draws the last two games, it's definitely not going to outright win the tournament. He could get into a playoff with just two draws. I think that's reasonably possible. Or you could say he needs to beat somebody to really do it. Yeah. He played very conservatively against Pragg today, but now he's got Naka and Fabi to go. So it's looking a little tough. You guys, Mr. Disco asks, do you think that Gukesh is losing his mind right now to be 17 and in this position? I would think Gukesh is just concentrating on playing. You know, I imagine he's mostly got good focus, and once he's playing, he can often just focus and play. But what's it like to be 17? Does anybody here still remember being 17, you know? When you're 17, I mean, you still think you're like indestructible. You don't really worry too much, right? You think you've always got tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. 17 is a super good age. Yeah. In a sense, they all control their destiny now because they're all like... Because even Fabiu's half a point behind. He gets to play white against Nepo in the last round, right? So, yeah, they all control their own destiny at the same time, all four of them, but their destinies are intertwined. Yeah. Yeah. I think Naka's probably playing black against Nepo tomorrow and white against Gukesh in the last round. Let's check Naka's pairings. Black against Nepo, then white against Gukesh. Yeah. Holy moly. That last round's a barn burner. All four of them meet each other. Fabi versus Nepo and Naka versus Gukesh. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah. If this is anybody's first time watching the candidates tournament or watching like a really high stakes classical chess, this is more exciting and interesting than it normally is. It's not quite representative. Normally you've got a much higher draw percentage. They've got by far the most decisive games that they've had in the last 11 years that FIDE's been running the candidates as a 14-round tournament like this. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, folks, it's 2 a.m. for me once again, and as some of you noticed, I'm finally getting a little bit sick from the exertion, even without playing, of being up until 2 or 3 a.m. every single day. Generally, I have to eat dinner after the stream. That's just how my day works out, you know? So, I'm going to go make some more dinner. For the Indians watching, it is, yeah, even later. But thanks, everybody, for the super positive chat. I mean, you know, nobody being nasty, nobody spamming us with computer lines, no like trolling with hundreds and hundreds of people. It's really wonderful. We're having a great time, Jesse, Coast, and me, and I guess all of you. So, reminder that tomorrow's a rest day. Could be a little bit withdrawal, could be a needed break. And the next two rounds will be Saturday and Sunday. Rounds 13 and 14. And then I think on Monday there's a pretty high chance that we'll get a tie break. So yeah, of course I'll be training some chess tomorrow if I can wake up and feel alive. I've got a lot of work to do on my calculation before my next tournament. So I'll be trying to do that. Yeah, best candidates in my lifetime for sure, Mr. Disco. Most exciting. I mean, the two Indian teenagers bringing a lot of freshness. Naka rejuvenated and at the peak of his powers at a surprisingly late age. Nepo, who wins every single candidate. There's so many people, and then Fabi, who's been number 2 in the world to Magnus for 10 years on the rating lists or 8 years on the rating lists. There's so many people. You're like, well, there's no way that they couldn't be the candidate. Who could be better than Fabi right now, or who could beat Nepo? Who could beat Naka? And then when these Indian teenagers hit their stride, it's like, wow, it's a whole new world. So yeah, this might be a tournament that people talk about for years to come. We'll see. Pretty exciting and epic, but I don't think it's going to be something that everybody knows about for 100 years, like Zurich 53 or New York 1924 or the World Championship tournament for Botvinnik. Just because nobody's going to write an amazing tournament book, are they? That's what would really immortalize it. And that's how history works, actually, right? Like, somebody would have to write an amazing book about this tournament. And then it would do that. If somebody wrote, the tournament book of this tournament, then I think that could immortalize it for sure. Although maybe we're not in that mode now. Maybe, the tournament book of it will be a playlist of Hikaru's recaps on YouTube interspersed with clips of other people and stuff. I don't know. But I've got a lot of unfinished projects myself. Elise and everyone else is very kind of you. I would write to a high standard, but I would never finish the book if I got excited and started it. So it won't be me. And maybe I'm wrong that it needs to be books. Maybe it would be a different format. But but yeah, with that, I mean, nothing but fun, awesome times. I'll take my leave of all of you. Wish you all the best, and hope to see you again on Saturday and Sunday. Yeah, documentary would be sick. Like what Coach Q did. Anyway, cheers everybody. Yeah.